goal is to collect information that will help in the implementation of the Brazilian system that is credible and is self-sustainable.
O pescado é um dos alimentos mais falsificados do mundo, por isso é fundamental garantir sua autenticidade. E isso seria possível graças a um processo de certificação. A certificação permite identificar as indústrias pesqueiras que seguem as práticas recomendadas internacionalmente. Através de selos de pesca, o consumidor tem a garantia de conhecer a origem dos produtos e saber se o pescado foi capturado de forma sustentável. É cada vez maior a demanda de consumidores buscando por frutos do mar rastreáveis. Oferecer um pescado com certificação de sustentabilidade melhora a reputação do fornecedor e amplia suas oportunidades no mercado. Além disso, ele se diferencia dos concorrentes que não adotam as práticas recomendadas. Assim, leva vantagem competitiva e ainda promove a pesca sustentável. Certificações ou selos reconhecidos mundialmente também são indispensáveis para as indústrias brasileiras conquistarem o mercado internacional. Segundo a Associação Brasileira das Indústrias de Pescado, a ABPesca, a exportação de pescado para a União Europeia movimenta 62 milhões de dólares por ano. A certificação para as normas de pesca e aquacultura sustentável é abrangente e inclui uma avaliação prévia, bem como auditorias de monitoramento anuais contínuas das atividades. A pesca certificada deve atender a 3 princípios fundamentais: recursos pesqueiros sustentáveis, minimização do impacto ambiental e gestão eficaz de atividades de pesca. Na certificação de pesca sustentável já é possível avaliar mais de 100 espécies. Para obter a certificação, barco e indústria passam por uma avaliação independente para atestar que seguem os padrões estabelecidos pela certificadora. A implantação de um sistema brasileiro de certificação da pesca vai beneficiar todos os envolvidos na indústria pesqueira, além de mostrar o compromisso dos operadores com a sustentabilidade e a autenticidade de seus produtos.
Bom dia!
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the schedule of the first webinar, International Webinar to December International Certification of Fishery and Aquaculture, Incentives for the Implementation in Brazil, a remote event that is coming to you live online. This event is promoted by SEMBRA, the Center for Excellence for the Brazilian Sea. Thank you for your presence here today, for joining us here to our virtual space.
Choose the English link in the streaming platform for simultaneous translation. Na plataforma, a opção Original Live é para
In the platform, you can choose Original Live if you don't want to listen to the simultaneous translation, either to English or to Portuguese, if you want to hear the original audio. By promoting this webinar, SEMBRA is proposing to collect information on the certification policies for fisheries and aquaculture and good practices adopted by several countries, so as to promote the implementation of a Brazilian system for certification with credibility and self-sustainable. Yesterday morning, we already set our sights on the correct direction to reach this goal and to present the summary of the activities we've conducted and to do a recapture of the content delivered. I asked Dr. Carlos Levy and Professor Federico Nogueira to come to the floor, since as they acted as the moderators for panels 1 and 2. Federico, you're on mute. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're here today to do a very brief recap of the first day. That was great. On the first panel, we had 5 excellent presentations, which I will describe about the speakers and their titles. First, we had Dr. Jairo Gand, the Secretary for Aquaculture and Fisheries for the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply, which presented the view of the Secretariat on fishing in Brazil. Then we had a very educational presentation by Dr. Nigel Croft, the President of the Group for Technical Coordination of ISO for Management Systems Standards. And his title was a question. Certifying the origin provides confidence on the origin, chain of custody, quality, and/or sustainability. Then we had a video presentation by Dr. Cinti Leari. She's the Executive Director of Peixe Consultoria and Treinamento. It was a very educational presentation with Brazilian initiatives for sustainability in fishing. Then we had Dr. Aldo Lem, who's the Deputy Director for the Fisheries and Aquaculture Division of FAO. He delivered his presentation under the title Features Certification, the World Vision of Fisheries and Aquaculture Certification. And to close panel 1, we had the presence of Dr. Thiago Isidoro, the Deputy Coordinator of the Coordination Department of the Agribusiness Defense of the State Secretariat for Agriculture and Supply for the state of São Paulo, introducing the challenges of sanitary inspection in fish-producing establishments. So once more, challenges of sanitary inspection in fish-producing establishments. Professor Levy, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Following the work, we can learn that certification is based on 3 pillars involving accreditation, certification, and technical standardization, and to the certification agencies, the whole logistic of surveillance and follow-ups. In this panel, we had the bright participation of Inmetro, the Brazilian Standards Agency, with Odroni Costa, who taught us how Inmetro can support us in such initiatives of the use of certification in Brazil. Then we had the participation of Dr. Antonio Hervas, discussing the protocols for accreditation for the certification bodies. Dr. Hervas is the project manager for accreditation projects in Assurance Services International, ASI, with wide experience in this type of initiative. Then we had the participation of Dr. Patrick Maia, Director of Innovations of ICEO. He discussed the certification of sustainability of fishers and aquaculture, the components of a credible system to ensure the certification process. And the panel was ended in a consistent manner by facing the issue and highlighting the importance of the standardization process for these protocols, looking for certification of fishing and the aquaculture activities. Dr. José Augusto de Abreu, member of the ISO committee and ABNT, mentioned the importance and the need for these rules to ensure the success of this certification process. And then we ended our panel with the conviction that we could have the opportunity to explore details and learn a lot about challenges and difficulties involved in the issue of certification in general, and the procedures that are required for activities and initiatives that Brazil should adopt to ensure that the system will be amplified in our activities, in our fishing activities, and in the aquaculture industry. Thank you.
Muito obrigada pelo sumário.
Thank you for the summary. Thank you, gentlemen. Are you ready for more content? This entire summary was for a single morning, and today's morning will be just as relevant. So before we start, I need to give you two brief warnings. First is, if you have already registered for today, if you have already registered your presence here, you need to do that to get your certificate. Therefore, next to the screen on the event banner where you can read, click here and register.
Click here to register. Você deve se inscrever para obter o seu certificado.
You need to register to obtain your certificate. Since the start, I will let you know that when the activities end today, we will send a questionnaire for evaluation. This is very important to validate our expectations of our audience in the future. So thank you very much for replying to our questionnaire, to answering our survey in your email. Now we will indeed continue with the activities of the webinar. And for that, I invite the moderator of our first activity, Almirante Renato Arruda from SEMBRA. So, Admiral, welcome. Thank you, Flavia. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to everyone in the audience for this webinar. As previously mentioned, I'm Vice Admiral Arruda. I'm with the Brazilian Navy. So first and foremost, I'd like to express my thank you for the opportunity to be the moderator of this first international webinar of the Center for Excellence for the Brazilian Sea, SEMBRA, on fishery and aquaculture certification. I'd also like to welcome and congratulate the presenters and members of this event, and Admiral Júlio Moronata and the current executive coordinator. To continue with our schedule, let's start today with the presentation by Mr. Carlos Ramirez, Regional Coordinator for Latin America for Global Seafood Alliance, an international commercial association that is a not-for-profit for sustainable aquaculture and responsible aquaculture. Before we start the presentation, I'd like to remind you that at the end, we will have time for questions. So if you're interested, please send your questions using the chat on the platform and tell us your name and, if possible, the institution you're a member of. Any questions that are not responded live will be sent via email. Right now, at this moment, I have the pleasure and the honor to invite Mr. Carlos Ramirez to give his presentation on the topic, Real Cases of Companies Certified in Aquaculture. Why and how? with the word Mr. Carlos Ramirez, and I'd like to thank him for being here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Carlos Ramirez. You're welcome to the stage.
Muy buen día.
Good morning.
Voy a estar compartiendo.
I will share my screen now.
¿Está bien?
Can you see it?
Supongo que sí. Muy
I
buen día.
believe you
Bueno,
can see it. Well, good morning.
muy buen día. Mi nombre es Carlos Mario Ramírez. Yo soy el
Good morning. I'm
representante
Carlos Mario Ramirez. I'm the
Global
representative
Seafood
for
Alliance
Global
en
Seafood Alliance
Sudamérica.
in South America.
Yo vengo a presentarles el día
And
de
I'd
hoy
like to present
el
today
programa de
a
certificación
program for
acuícola más
certification
reconocido a nivel
that
mundial.
is well
El
recognized
día de ayer
worldwide.
estuvimos viendo bastantes
And
charlas muy interesantes
yesterday we
relacionadas con
had
la
great
acreditación
presentations
y
related to
certificación.
accreditation and
Nosotros
certification.
estamos en el área de la
We are in
certificación
the area of
porque estamos
certification
encargados o nuestro
because we
rol
are
es
responsible
certificar
for
unidades
certifying
acuícolas y ahora más
aquaculture
recientemente
units and
flotas pesqueras
recently
que se dedican
fishing
a la
fleets
pesca extractiva.
that work with
Nosotros
extractive
estamos
fishing.
basados en dos
We
programas.
are based in two
Se llama
programs.
Best Aquaculture Practices,
One is
que
Best
es el
Aquaculture
programa
Practices.
que administra
This
los
is a
estándares
program
relacionados
that
con la acuacultura
manages
y un
standards
estándar
for aquaculture,
relativamente reciente del
and
año pasado que
one
se
that is
llama
relatively
Best
recent
Seafood Practices que
called
aplica
Best
para
Seafood
las
Practices
flotas pesqueras
for the
o de
fishing
pesca
fleets
extractiva.
for extractive fishing.
Muy bien, Global Seafood Alliance
Global Seafood
reúne,
Alliance
como les mencionaba,
brings
los
together,
dos
as I've
programas,
mentioned,
Best
the
Aquaculture
two
Practices
programs,
y Best Seafood Practices,
Best
para
Aquaculture Practices and
conformar
Best
lo que se
Seafood
denomina Global
Practices
Seafood Alliance.
to create a
Y
Global
estos son
Seafood
programas de
Alliance.
certificación que
And
son
these are
auditados
certification
por
programs that
terceros,
are audited by
son
third
administrados
parties,
por Global Seafood
and they are
Alliance,
managed by
que
Global
es una
Seafood
organización
Alliance,
sin fines de lucro dedicada a la promoción,
not-for-profit organizations
educación
dedicated to
y
the
liderazgo de la
advocating
acuacultura responsable y el
and
aseguramiento
leadership
de la cadena
in
de suministro en actividades de
responsible
pesca
aquaculture
hasta
and
plantas de
insurance of the supply chain in fishing activities to up to the processing plant.
Para traer una diapositiva del día de
To
ayer
bring a
unos pilares que
slide
tenemos
from yesterday, one of the pillars that we have
los objetivos enfocados hacia la
our
sostenibilidad. Tenemos
goals
los temas
is focusing on
medioambientales,
sustainability. We
los
have the
temas
environmental
sociales,
topics, the
los
social
temas de
topics,
gobernanza que los
and the
podríamos llamar
governance
los
topics
pilares de la
that we can call
sostenibilidad.
the pillars
quiero
of
traer
sustainability.
tres
And I want to
pilares
bring these three
para
pillars
expresar que estamos en camino.
that we
Nosotros
are
desde Global Seafood Alliance
in the
estamos
path
en
and
la
Global
misma
Seafood
vía
Alliance. We are on the same
con
path
los objetivos de desarrollo
with
sostenible
the
de las Naciones
UN
Unidas,
SDGs,
y que nosotros estamos basados en 4 pilares,
and we are based
los
on
estándares
4
acuícolas
pillars
y
in
el
our
estándar de
aquaculture
que aplica
standards
para
that are
embarcaciones,
applied for
que son
vessels,
inocuidad alimentaria,
namely
food
food safety,
gestión social,
social welfare,
gestión medioambiental,
environmental
y un elemento
management,
más reciente, pero
and
no
a more
menos
recent
importante,
element, but
que
that's
hoy
still just
nuestros
as important,
consumidores están demandando, y es el de
consumers are
bienestar animal.
demanding, which is
Todos
animal
nuestros
health and
estándares
welfare.
tienen
All of our
requerimientos
standards have
en cada uno de
requirements
estos
in
4
each
pilares.
of these 4
Como les
pillars.
digo, están muy
As
en la
I
vía de los
said,
objetivos
they are
de
in
las Naciones
line with
Unidas
the
del desarrollo
SDGs
sostenible.
for United Nations.
Básicamente, esos 4 pilares tratan de lo siguiente. El de seguridad
These
alimentaria
pillars talk
es
about
una
food security.
el de seguridad alimentaria es el
Food
garantía que no se
security,
utilizan antibióticos u
it
otros
is a
productos
pillar
químicos
that has to do with
prohibidos y
guaranteeing
todos los
that we will not
tratamientos
use
químicos aprobados se llevan
antibiotics
a
and
cabo de
other
manera
chemical products
responsable
that are
por
prohibited,
parte de
and that
un
we will be
médico
using
veterinario o un
chemicals
profesional
in a
que esté
sustainable and
calificado en los países
appropriate way,
de producción
in
de
a
los
way that
productos
is
acuícolas.
approved by other
El bienestar
professionals in the
social, que es
area.
la adherencia a
Regarding
leyes
social
locales y normas
welfare has to
internacionales
do
para la
with
salud y
adopting
seguridad de los
local
trabajadores,
legislation
prácticas
and
laborales
international
justas y
standards
empoderamiento de la
for
comunidad.
the safety and
Responsabilidad
security and health
medioambiental
of
es el
workers.
cumplimiento de las normas que
Regarding
abordan
environmental
cuestiones importantes como
responsibility,
la
we are
conservación
talking
del
about the
hábitat, la
compliance with
calidad del agua y el
standards
control de
and some
efluentes,
other important
y el
issues
relacionado
regarding
con sanidad
habitat
y bienestar de
conservation.
los
And regarding
animales,
animal
que son mejores
welfare,
prácticas en la
we are talking
acuacultura,
about the best
abordando control de
aquaculture
enfermedades,
practices,
la densidad de
dealing with
siembra, cosecha
disease
y
control
sacrificio. Todos nuestros
and
estándares, lo
other
repito,
important
tienen una estructura de
standards when you're talking
requerimientos
about animal
bajo estos
welfare.
4
All of that
pilares
has to do
principales.
with this, all of that has to do with the best aquaculture practices, and these are 4 main pillars.
La proteína proveniente del agua, pescados y mariscos, es la proteína más
Seafood
comercializada del
is
mundo.
one of the most
Con esta
commercialized
gráfica solo
protein in the
quiero
world. With
expresar
this graph,
las
we can
diferentes
see the
vías y caminos
differences,
de la
paths
proteína que viene del
that
agua. Es
seafood
un mercado
takes.
muy
And
dinámico.
this is a very
Tenemos
dynamic
producciones en
market. We have
diferentes países,
productions
por
in
ejemplo, en
different countries.
Latinoamérica, que
For
pueden llegar
example, in
hasta el
Latin
Asia, a
America,
Europa, a
that can
Estados
get to
Unidos, de
Asia,
Asia,
Europe,
llegan a
United
Norteamérica,
States.
a
From
Sudamérica,
Asia, they get
etcétera.
to Europe,
Entonces
South
hay una
America,
gran
etc.
dinámica
So there is a
alrededor de
very
la
big
protección
dynamic
de
around the
proteína
production
proveniente del agua.
of seafood.
Aquí para retomar un poco
Just
esta
talking a little
diapositiva la
bit
vimos el día
more
de ayer. Esta es
about
la expresión, este es
seafood production. I
del
used
informe de
this
la FAO,
slide
el informe del año
yesterday.
2020, en el
This
que
was
se está
extracted
expresando
from
la
an
cantidad
FAO
de
report, and here
proteína
you can see
proveniente
the
de actividades
amount of
acuícolas y de
seafood
captura.
that comes
En
from
algún momento,
aquaculture
con
production
seguridad
and
vamos a llegar
also from
a igualar
harvest as well, the
el
harvest
suministro
of
acuícola,
fish.
va a llegar a igualar la pesca extractiva. Para que ustedes tengan
Just so you
una
have a
idea
better
de las
understanding
proteínas de origen
of
agua que se están produciendo en Latinoamérica. En Colombia
seafood
tenemos
protein that is being
camarón,
produced in
tilapia, trucha.
Latin
Este
and
es un
South
estudio que
America.
hicimos
We have
nosotros en el
shrimp,
año
tilapia,
2019,
and
alrededor de
trout here. We can
161.000
see here
toneladas
graphs
de
representing
proteína,
2019
principalmente
figures,
acuícola. Nosotros
and
no
we can
tenemos pesca
see
aquí
the
en Colombia.
tons of seafood that is
Ecuador,
produced in this
obviamente
area in
la proteína
Ecuador
más
and
producida es la
Colombia.
de
We see
camarón
that
de origen
shrimp
acuícola.
is
En Perú
the
tenemos varias
protein
especies,
that is
especies
produced the
nativas, pero
most.
también
In
tenemos
Ecuador, we have a lot
camarón,
of different
tilapia,
native species, but
trucha.
we also have
En
shrimp,
Chile tenemos
tilapia, and
salmón.
trout. In
También
Chile,
tenemos
we
lo que se
have
denominan los
salmon, and
choritos,
we also
pero en
have
su gran
other
mayoría son
important
salmón.
species.
En
But
Venezuela tenemos
mostly, we
camarón
have Chile. We
y
have
en
salmon in
Brasil
Chile. In
especies
Venezuela, we
nativas,
have shrimp,
camarón,
and in Brazil, we
tilapia
have
y
some
algo
native
de trucha.
species such as shrimp, tilapia, and trout.
La producción mundial de tilapia
The
ha
world
sido
tilapia
su
production,
comportamiento ha sido de esta manera. El mayor productor del mundo de tilapia es China, con 1.7 millones de
as we
toneladas
can see,
aproximadamente.
China is the leading tilapia
Luego
global
sigue
producer,
Egipto con unas
followed by
900 mil
Egypt and
toneladas e Indonesia con
Indonesia.
830
This
mil
year, the average
toneladas. A nivel
estimate from our
mundial,
sources is
la producción de
1.7
tilapia
million
está por los
for
lados de
China and
6.5 millones de
900,000 for
toneladas.
Egypt.
Allí pueden
For
ver
China,
ustedes, en la
production is
medida
expected
que
to be at the
se
same
incrementa la
level
oferta
next
del
year.
producto, van bajando los precios.
And we see that
Brasil,
as we
con
increase the
mucha
production of these
seguridad,
products, the
en pocos
prices are
años, en
going
menos de
down.
5 años, lo
In
vamos a
Brazil,
ver
in fewer than 5
siendo
years, we
protagonista
will see
en la
that
producción
this country
acuícola
will
de tilapia.
become
Este año Brasil
leader in the
va a
production
producir
of
alrededor de unas
tilapia.
500,
Brazil has
550
produced
mil
this year
toneladas de
around
tilapia,
500,
pero las
550,000
expectativas de
tons of
crecimiento
tilapia,
de
but we
Brasil en esta
expect this
especie
figure
son
to
inmensas.
grow over the next few years.
Aquí quiero mostrar el crecimiento
Here I want
de
to
algunas
show the growth
especies
of
en los
some
últimos 10 años,
species
o más
over
bien
the
en la
last
década
10 years.
2008-2018,
from
cómo algunas
2008
especies han
to
doblado su
2018
producción.
more
Por
specifically. So
ejemplo,
we have here
lo
the
que más se
species
produce
and
en el
their
mundo es el
production.
catfish
We saw
y
that
ha tenido un
catfish has
crecimiento del
had great production
227%, o sea,
with
en 10 años
227
ha
with a
doblado, más que doblado su
227%
producción.
increase
Pero
over
miren
the
la
last
tilapia
few
también ha
years.
doblado
Tilapia
su
has
producción
also seen
en estos
its
últimos 10
production
años,
being doubled
2008
over
2018, y
the
allí
years
también
of
tenemos el ejemplo del
2008
salmón
and
en un
2018, and we can see the same
61.8% de
happening for
crecimiento.
the other
Quiere decir
species as
esto
well.
que realmente
This
la
shows that
acuacultura es la que
aquaculture
está dando
is
respuesta a esas necesidades de
responding
suministro de
to the
proteína
needs
proveniente
to
del agua.
provide protein coming from the sea.
Por el lado del camarón, tenemos
Regarding shrimp,
grandes países
we
productores
have
como Ecuador,
major
alrededor de 1 millón
producing
de
countries
toneladas,
such as
la India con
Ecuador,
unas 750.000
with
toneladas, y
almost
se
1
espera que
billion
Brasil
tons of production, and
para
then
este
followed by
año
India. And
produzca
we
alrededor
hope
de
and we expect that Brazil will be
120.000
producing
toneladas. Estos
around
son datos suministrados por
120,000
la Asociación
tons.
Brasilera de
These
Criadores de
are
Camarón.
data that have been recorded by the
Estuve en una
ABCC, the
visita
Brazilian
en el mes de mayo
Association of
en el
Shrimp
nordeste viendo
Producers. In
toda
May,
la
I went to the
producción camaronera
northeastern
que tienen ustedes
region
allí en el
to learn
Brasil
more
con
about the shrimp
unas mejoras
farming
impresionantes, y
practices
también
that you
en
have
el
in
centro
Brazil, and I
cerca
was
en el
quite
área de Sao
impressed.
Paulo
I also
con la
visited
producción
another
de
center
tilapia,
close to São
verificando
Paulo,
además
where they have
el
a very big
inmenso
production
crecimiento
of
que viene
tilapia,
teniendo en
and I
esta
could
especie
see
acuícola en
the
Brasil.
great expansion that we see in this area now in
Muy bien,
Brazil.
nosotros tenemos estándares que cubren toda
We
la cadena
also have
productiva,
standards
desde
that
los
cover
hatcheries, los sitios
the
de
whole
alineaje,
of the
feedmills,
production chain.
fincas de engorde y procesos. Con esto estamos
We have
queriendo cubrir
hatchery,
toda la
feed
cadena de
mills,
procesos, pero
farm,
tenemos
and
un eje
processors. So
transversal
that's
que es
how we
la
want to
trazabilidad. Desde
cover the
ayer lo venimos
production
hablando, la
chain, and we want
importancia
to
de la
make sure
trazabilidad para
that we also
interconectar todos estos
implement
eslabones de la cadena
traceability
de producción
practices to
acuícola.
make sure that
Somos
all
un
of these
programa
stages
multiestrellas,
are
lo
very well
reconocemos a nivel
implemented. We are
internacional,
a
con
very important
estrellas que reconocen
project.
los productos. Cuando la planta de proceso se
We are
certifica, tiene una
recognized
estrella. Cuando
worldwide.
se certifica la planta de la finca, 2 estrellas. Cuando se certifica los sitios de
We
alevinaje,
have,
ya
as
se
you
pueden
can see,
poner 3
best
estrellas.
aquaculture
Las fincas,
practices,
las
and we
plantas de
have this
alimento balanceado
4-star
también 3. Y
certification
cuando tengo
system
cubierta toda
with
la cadena de
1
proceso,
star, 2
puedo
stars,
hacer
or
reconocer el producto
5
con
stars.
4
So
estrellas.
actually, up to 4 stars. That's
De hecho, en
when the
Brasil tenemos
company can
un
cover
cliente,
all the
una
stages that
empresa
were talked about before.
certificada que
In
ya
Brazil, we
diferencia su
have a
producto en
company
los
that
supermercados
has been
nacionales e
certified
internacionales
by
con 4
our
estrellas.
company.
Nuestros estándares que están que cubren la cadena de proceso, finca,
Our
sitios de
standards
alevinaje,
that
plantas de
cover the
alimento y plantas
production
de
chain
proceso, tienen
can be
estos 4
seen
pilares que les
here,
mencionaba:
and they
medio
have these
ambiente,
4
gestión
pillars
social,
that I
inocuidad
mentioned
alimentaria
before:
y
environmental,
bienestar
social, food
animal.
security, and
Son
animal
reconocidos por entidades
welfare, and they
internacionales
are
como la Global
recognized by
Sustainable
international
Seafood Initiative,
companies
la
such
Global Food
as
Safety
Global
Initiative y
Sustainable
la Global
Seafood
Social
Initiative or
Compliance
Global
Program. O
Food
sea,
Safety
somos un
Initiative and
programa
Global Social Compliance Program. That
completo,
is,
probado y el
we
más
are
confiable.
a very important
Para el
program
año
that is
2021
recognized
teníamos
worldwide, as mentioned
certificadas
before. For
3.062
2021, we
unidades
had
productivas
3,000
en
production
39
chains
países, 29
certified
especies están
in
certificadas con el
many
programa de
different countries,
certificación
and we
Best
have
Aquaculture
29 species
Practices.
that are certified
Estas
by
son las
our
empresas
BAP
de Brasil.
certification
Esto es
program.
de dominio
These are the
público. Ustedes pueden
companies
acceder a
in
la
Brazil.
página
This is
de BAP o de
public
Global
domain.
Seafood
You can
Alliance
just
y pueden
access
ver que todas
this on
estas
the Global
empresas
Alliance
brasileras
website, and you can see
ya
that all
optaron
of
por el
these
camino de la
Brazilian
certificación, y en el
companies
momento
already
tenemos varias empresas que
have
ya están
already
en camino. Aquí
pursued
tenemos
our
una empresa
certification, and there are
que
also
está con
other
4
companies
estrellas.
that
Aquí
are on their way to getting
no
our
tengo la 4ª
certification.
estrella,
We
pero
have
esto es una
this first
empresa
company that
brasilera
has
en tilapia que está certificada 4 estrellas.
stars, but other companies still have
Estos son los
just 1
caminos que
star.
nosotros tenemos para
These are
llegar a
the
un
paths
eslabón
that we
importantísimo, que es el
have to
frigorífico,
get
la planta de
to
proceso. En
this
la parte superior
last
ustedes pueden ver la
process,
parte de
which is applying
acuacultura,
20-year expertise in
que
seafood
incluye
processing to
plantas de
wild
alimento
seafood
balanceado, los sitios
processing
de
plant.
alevinaje o hatcheries, las fincas de
We have
engorde para
feed
llegar todo
mills,
el producto a una
hatcheries,
planta de proceso.
farms, so
Y
that we
luego
can get to the
tenemos en
processing
las partes de
plants.
actividades
And we also
extractivas un
have,
estándar, el
regarding
estándar nuevo de Best
extractive activities,
Seafood
we
Practices,
have
que le aplica
this
a las
path
flotas o a las
here.
embarcaciones pesqueras que están haciendo dichas actividades.
And we
Dichas
constantly
embarcaciones
try
llegan a
to
un
address
puerto
labor
y
issues
ese
on
puerto
fishing
conduce a una planta
vessels.
de procesos. Nosotros tenemos
And this
luego
is
un
just another
estándar
path that we
que
can
cubre
take to
toda la
get to
planta de
processing
proceso
plants. We also
en
have
la cual,
standards that
sitio en el
cover
cual se
processing
puede
plants,
procesar
where,
producto
of
proveniente
course,
de actividades
products are
acuícolas
processed, products
o de
that come
pesca
from
extractiva. Entonces, esto es
aquaculture activities
un
or
esquema
from
del cómo funciona
extractive fishing.
nuestros
Today, we
programas
are
de certificación.
structuring our program to better deal with
Desde el
both
punto de vista de
paths. Well,
reconocimiento,
from a
tenemos
recognition point of
endorsers que los
view,
llamamos o promotores. Ustedes
we
aquí pueden
have
ver grandes
endorsers, as
marcas
you
de
can see here.
supermercados
You can see that we have
que nos
very
reconocen
big
o
supermarket
requieren
brands
productos
that recognize
certificados
our
BAP.
certification or that
Tenemos en
require BAP
Norteamérica
certified
grandes
products.
supermercados.
We have
Allí pueden
companies in
ustedes
North
encontrar
America,
algunos de
as you
su
can see
preferencia.
here on
Acá
this
tenemos
line. We
mercados
also have
europeos que
some
nos
European and
reconocen.
African endorsers that recognize our certification,
El mercado japonés.
Japanese endorsers.
Y luego en Oceanía también
And
tenemos
also
supermercados que nos
in Oceania, we have
reconocen también.
endorsers with supermarkets that recognize our
Eh,
certification.
Esta es la manera de hacer reconocer los productos certificados
This
en
is how
grandes
you can
superficies.
recognize
Esto
BAP,
es
recognize
específicamente en
BAP
Norteamérica, un
certified products.
supermercado
This
donde
is
ustedes pueden
specifically in
ver
North
los
America.
diferentes
We have at a
reconocimientos de certificados.
supermarket
Al
the
centro
different
tienen Best Aquaculture
certifications
Practices.
that products have.
Al lado derecho tienen un
To your
empaque de una
right,
tilapia
you can
donde
see
pueden ver en
the
la parte
package
anterior
of
donde
a
se
tilapia,
reconoce
and on the
el
front
producto
part, you can see
certificado.
the certification of the product.
Muy bien, y para cubrir 4 preguntas que muy amablemente nos pidieron responder
Just to
desde
cover
el
4
webinario.
questions that they
¿Por qué
asked
las
us to
empresas
answer
optan
during
por la
this webinar.
certificación?
Why do
Para ser
companies
parte de la
opt
cadena
for
de suministro
certification to
reconocido
take
local e
part in the supply
internacionalmente
chain that is
por unas
recognized
prácticas
locally and
responsables en sus procesos
internationally,
acuícolas o de
so
actividades de
that they can be
extracción,
recognized
pesca?
for their responsible practices in their aquaculture processes and extraction activities?
El mercado cubierto con el reconocimiento de un programa de certificación es
Also,
posible
it's
cubrir la
important to
cadena
have a
local
covered
o
market
internacional
with
de
the recognition of
suministro.
a certification program.
La cantidad de personal involucrado
The
en la
amount of
certificación.
staff
Todo el
involved in the
personal,
certification,
desde un
all
pequeño
of
hasta un gran
the
productor,
staff,
está
from
involucrado en
smaller
una
to
certificación
larger
acuícola,
producers, are
ya que es un
involved in
programa de
aquaculture
mejora
certification, and
continua,
this is
de
a
manera
program
transversal en todas
for
las
continuous
compañías.
improvement in a cross-cutting manner in every company.
Y los resultados en materia de
And
reputación e
the
imagen,
results
el que
in
sabe,
terms of
ayer lo
reputation
vi
and
en una
image,
diapositiva, me llamó mucho la atención, el que sabe, reconoce. Diapositiva
those
del
who
día de ayer
know
del señor José
recognize.
Augusto Abreu. Los esquemas de certificación constantemente
Certification
tienen que
schemes
entender las
constantly have to
necesidades
understand the
y
needs and
expectativas del cliente.
expectations of our customers.
Se tienen que adaptar
We
a
need
las
to
necesidades
adapt
actuales.
to the current needs.
Muito obrigado. Quedo atento a todas sus amables preguntas.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ok, eu agradeço então ao senhor Carlos Ramírez.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for your presentation and for being so clear in your presentation. Thank you for touching on very important topics that are related to different aquaculture companies. Now I will start our discussions. I have here some questions. The first question sent by Lieutenant Omar of the Brazilian Navy. He's asking, in your opinion, what are the main challenges to be addressed by Brazilian companies that opt for the aquaculture certification program? You're on mute.
disculpen, el principal reto
The main
que creo
challenge
que tienen las
that I
compañías
believe
brasileras
Brazilian
actualmente
companies
es
have
si
currently
quieren abordar el
is
mercado
if
internacional,
they want to
es
enter the
entender
international
ese mercado
market, they need to
internacional, esas
understand the
necesidades de
international
los
market,
consumidores,
the needs of
el hecho de
consumers,
querer exhibir sus
and the
productos
fact
en
that they
una
want to
góndola
bring
internacional, en un gran
their products
supermercado.
to international
Hay que abordar
supermarkets.
estos temas que los consumidores están
Needs to
demandando.
take into
Es
consideration the
importante que las
important
compañías
factors that
brasileras entiendan eso,
consumers are
pero
looking
también
for. It's
algo muy
important for Brazilian
importante para el
companies to
mercado
understand that,
local
but it's also very
que
important for the
Brasil
local market.
está
In
consumiendo en
Brazil,
estos momentos. Todo el
Brazil
producto que está
now is
produciendo,
consuming
poco se está
the
exportando,
product it is
es que
producing.
el
You're not
consumidor brasilero
exporting that much, so
también
Brazilian
está
consumers
exigiendo
will also
productos de
demand
alta calidad
products that are
que
high
aborden
quality
temas
and that
actuales
address
como gestión
current topics
medioambiental, la
such as
gestión social,
environmental management,
inocuidad
social
alimentaria
welfare,
y
food
demás temas que
security,
acabamos de ver en la
and other
presentación.
topics that I mentioned during my presentation.
Ok, muito obrigado pela sua resposta.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Temos uma segunda pergunta.
We have here a second question by Mr. Cicada, and he's asking,
Por que a tilápia,
why
a tilápia
tilapia
está se tornando
and only tilapia is becoming
no mundo?
the leader in the seafood industry in the world?
Es una proteína que es muy
Well, it is a
adaptable
protein that is very
a
highly
varias áreas en
adaptable
el
to
mundo.
many different areas in the
El
world.
manejo de enfermedades en la tilapia
The
es
management of diseases in tilapia
mucho más manejable
is
que
much
otras
easier
especies. No es una
compared to other
especie tan
species. It's
delicada,
not a species
para
that is
ponerlo en otros
sensitive
términos,
to,
y
well, if you will,
es fácilmente
and it
cultivable
is very
en muchos
easily
países
farmed in many countries.
relacionados con el trópico.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Recebemos aqui mais umas perguntas do
We have here some other questions by Mr. Ferreira, who is asking if there is any Brazilian certification
carcinicultura.
for shrimp farming in Brazil. Do you know of any?
Sí,
Yes.
ustedes en el año 2005, o sea, ustedes
In
Brasil, el país
2005,
entre 2005 y 2008 tuvo
actually
mucha
between
exportación
2005 and
camaronera
2008 in Brazil,
por
you
razones de
exported a lot of
enfermedades
shrimp,
y temas de cultivo dejaron de exportar, bajó mucho
but
la
due to
producción de camarón en
diseases
el
and other
Brasil,
problems, you no
pero
longer
ahora
export
en
that
el
much.
nordeste
And
brasilero
now in
hay
the
mucha actividad
northeastern of
camaronera.
Brazil, there is a lot of shrimp
Tenemos
farming going
actualmente
on.
una gran
Currently,
planta de
we
proceso
have a great
que
processing
está
plant,
camino a
which
certificarse, y
is on the way to
otro par
being
de compañías
certified, and
que
there
también
are
ya quieren
other
certificarse
couple of
integralmente,
companies that want to be
certificar toda la
fully
cadena de proceso
certified,
desde el
and they are
hatchery,
trying
finca de engorde
to
y la planta de
certify the
proceso o el
whole
frigorífico.
supply chain from hatchery to processing.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Pergunta do
Next
senhor
question by Walter Kinaya.
pergunta, por favor,
He's asking, please, what is the average cost
certificação BAP.
for you to have the BAP certification?
Nosotros tenemos en BAP, en Global Seafood Alliance, tres
In Global
esquemas de
Seafood Alliance in
certificación, y
BAP,
lo
we have
menciono
3
porque dependiendo del
certification
esquema de
schemes, and I'm mentioning
certificación
them because
varía
depending on the
el costo
certification
de
scheme, the
certificación.
cost will vary.
El primer esquema es el esquema
The
individual,
first
y es
scheme
cuando
is the
una
so-called
compañía
individual scheme,
solicita
when a
que se va a
company
auditar, que se va a
requests
certificar, se inscribe en
audit,
BAP de manera
so they
individual.
are going
Ese
to
tiene un
register
costo,
for the BAP
más o
individually. This
menos
is going to have a
los costos
cost
de auditoría
of
son alrededor de
around
$3,500 al año, y el costo
$3,500
de
per year.
administración
That's
del
the audit
programa
cost.
depende de
And the
la
cost for
cantidad
program
cosechada
administration
por
will
esa unidad en
depend
en los 12
on
meses
the amount
anteriores.
farmed. So, but we've got the average of the previous 12 months.
Y luego tenemos otros esquemas que
And
bajan
also we
los
have
costos de
some other
auditoría que nos
schemes
llamamos
that can
clúster
reduce this
o
auditing
grupal, que es
costs.
cuando
The
podemos
so-called
unir
cluster
varias
or group
compañías
schemes
en
when we
una
bring
misma
together
área
many different
geográfica
companies that
y
are part of the
allí
same
se,
geographical area.
se dividen los
And
costos
then
de
the costs can be
certificación.
shared among the
Entonces esos
different
costos de
companies.
auditoría
So
pueden bajar
these costs
considerablemente.
can be reduced considerably.
Para un caso puntual, con mucho
In the
gusto,
punctual
podemos
case, we could,
atender
as
las
an
sugerencias.
example, we could work with these specific recommendations.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Pergunta da senhora
The next question by Juliana Zagaglia. She's asking,
certificação de
are there certification requests from Brazilian companies that have not moved ahead? If that's the case, what is the main reason for it?
Las compañías, si entendí la pregunta, las compañías que
If I
iniciaron
understood the company, the companies that started certification
pero no siguieron,
but did not move ahead,
Isso. Não
that's correct. That they did not move ahead, what's the main reason for it?
bueno, yo diría que hay dos razones principales. Una
I'd say that
es
there's
que,
two main reasons. One is that
de pronto tenían algún
they
mercado
had
por atender, un mercado
a
de
market to
exportación,
serve,
y
an
algunas
export
alianzas
market,
comerciales no llegaron a feliz
and
término, iniciaron la
they
certificación
started the
y
certification,
no
but they did not complete it.
terminaron las negociaciones
They did
con el
not
mercado.
finish the negotiations.
Lo otro es el poder
The
reunir
other
todos los requerimientos
is
de los estándares que
the requirements of the standards,
best aquaculture practices.
the best aquaculture practices. They could not meet them.
Y si es en el caso de un pequeño productor,
In the case of a small producer,
un temor a pensar que es algo
the fear to
demasiado,
think that there's something that is too much or something that they could not
con
reach.
esto decir que los
So I'd like to say that
son
the
posibles.
standards are reachable, they're possible.
Los estándares no están por encima de la legislación.
They don't go beyond the legislation of the original country.
Lo único que nosotros verificamos es que
The
las
only we've seen is that the
estén cumpliendo
units
legalmente lo requerido por
are
sus entidades gubernamentales locales.
not
Y creo que este es
complying
otro
with the
punto.
regulations.
Tenemos en Latinoamérica,
And there's another point. In Latin America, we have a high level of informality
gente que,
in the aquaculture production. Producers that do not follow local legislations. Once more, I'm talking about the law in the production country.
Ok, muito obrigado.
All right, thank you very much.
Do senhor
The next question is by Mr. Andre Brugger,
Carlos.
and he's asking, Mr. Carlos,
Compatibilização
how is the compatibility of the BAP and ASC standards? Are they compatible? Will they become compatible?
Nosotros en BAP tenemos
At
estándares
BAP, we
dedicados a la
have
producción
standards that are dedicated to the
acuícola,
production, the
que cubre
aquaculture
toda la cadena de
production,
producción.
covering the entire production chain.
No quisiera entrar a comparar un estándar
I
con
don't want to
otro
compare two different standards.
En este auditorio
In
tenemos algunas
this,
diferencias. Ellos tienen
With this audience here, we have a few differences.
estándares para fincas,
ASC also has other standards.
pero lo que puedo decir es que el estándar
But what I
BAP
can
es
say
el
is that
más
the
completo, probado,
BAP standard
a nivel mundial.
is more complete and
Todos
more
los
acknowledged
estándares tienen
worldwide. All
grandes
standards
fortalezas.
have major strengths, though.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pergunta do senhor
Next question
Malansky.
by Mr. Evandro Malansky, and he's asking, what is the average time required to achieve the certification of a company, having access to a selected market to sell their cultivated products?
Perfecto. Las
That's
prácticas
perfect question.
acuícolas
The
que
aquaculture
está
practice that
llevando la
are
unidad productiva
conducted
marcan
by the
esos
productivity
tiempos de
unit
implementación de un estándar como estos,
shows the time for
como
implementation
BAP,
of
ASC,
standards such as
Global Gap, el
BAP
que se quiera mencionar.
and other standards.
Tenemos compañías que
We
se
have
suscriben
companies
y en
that
3 meses ya están
subscribe and
listas
that
para
in
recibir
3
una
months they're already
certificación.
ready to get their
pero
certification.
tenemos algunas otras que
We
pueden
also
tomar
have a few
entre
others
6 y
that
9 meses.
could take between
En
6 and 9
entender los
months.
estándares
And
y
understanding the
hacer la
standards
implementación
and doing the
de los
implementation
requerimientos.
of the requirements.
Ok, muito obrigado.
All right, thank you very much.
Participo aos assistência.
I inform our audience that our time for questions, unfortunately, is over. I thank you all for your participation, and I'd like to remind you that the answers to any questions that might have not been answered online will be sent via email. I'd like to reiterate my thank you to Mr. Carlos Ramirez for providing such rich and detailed information about such a relevant topic. Thank you very much. I turn the floor back to Flavia. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Carlos Ramirez, our invited speaker, and our Admiral for conducting this activity, this lecture, to moderate the next panel, which is panel number 3, entitled Certification of Fishery and Aquaculture in the World. I'd like to invite the technical coordinator of SEMBRA, Professor Gonzalo Velasco. Gonzalo, the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you, Flavia. Good morning, everyone watching us live. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank SEMBRA, and represented by our executive coordinator, Julio Soares, Commander Dagnino, member of the Brazilian Academy of Quality, who's been working for months in inviting and organizing this event. Our team working in the backstage intensely. Lieutenant Colonel here getting the questions that you will send to us, the support of the hydrography and navigation in Brazil, and to everyone who is registered here today or watching us here today. Just to remind you, we're live, so if you have any internet issues, please have patience because we're online and live. So here we're trying to bring up a discussion between government bodies and organized civil society and companies looking for greater quality, responsibility, both in capturing and in selling the fishery and aquaculture products. They're so important for us as food in terms of food safety, employment, and income of so many people in Brazil and all over the world. These are old activities. We have records over 2,000 years ago for aquaculture, and hunting and fishing are two of the oldest activities of human activities. We have 4 more speakers here that are great in the second panel, and I'd like to invite them to check the page, the website promoting our event. You can learn more about them, but I'll briefly invite our first speaker, Mr. Rodrigo Polanco Zamora, Senior Management for Fishing in Latin America and Marine and Fisheries Common. And he has major experience in fishing in public and private segments. Good morning. Hello.
Está no modo apresentador. Pode trocar para o modo apresentação?
It's in the presenter mode. Could you change to the presentation mode, please?
Give me a second, please. No, it's not working. I'm sorry. Um, and hope now the presentation is available. Correct?
Perfect.
Correct.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry for this. Bom dia a todos. Em primeiro lugar,
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to apologize because I don't speak Portuguese, so I will make my presentation in English.
First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity on behalf of the MSC, the opportunity to make this presentation. My name is Rodrigo Polanco, and I'm the MSC Fisheries Audit Manager to South America. The objective of this presentation is to visit the MSC program and share with you our program, our experience in your project. So this is the goal, and I expect to respond your original questions through the presentation. Yesterday, some colleagues widely explained the meaning of certification. Still, I would like to repeat the idea that the certification is the assessment of conformity against certain standards. There are several attributes that can be subjected to the certification. So we can have, we saw yesterday, there's several important issues that the market is today considering specifically in the seafood market. So it could be quality, traceability, social aspect. But in my presentation, because MSC is mostly about fishery sustainability, we are going to have focus in this particular aspect. I would like in this picture to represent my understanding about the certification. Everybody in the center of on this, you have consumers and buyers concerned. This is the figure in the middle. You have seen in many different presentations about the concern of the capacity of fishing stock to provide seafood in the future. And this certification program have the missions to connect buyers and consumers with the fishing activities and covers the main concern of the buyers and the consumer. If in the future we're going to have the possibility to continue feeding from the oceans. The theory of change, this is the MSC theory of change, is I'm not going to enter in too much detail in this idea, but I would like to say that MSC and many of these certification programs are market incentive tools to improve fisheries practice and sustainability according to our standard, our understanding of what is sustainability. We are not owner of the word sustainability, but we have, I would say, a proposal that have a worldwide recognition. Consumers and buyers are rewarding this improvement from the market perspective, and fishermen, the idea is the fishermen are willing to make improvement because they going to or they expected to receive certain benefits of the certification. The program. This MSC is an NGO. I would say MSC is actually a conservation NGO. Our mission is regarding to the long-term conservation of the fishing populations, and we use this tool called certifications to promote constant and future use of the seafood for feed the world. This is MSC. Probably we are in wild capture fisheries. We are the biggest program worldwide. Represented. Well, yesterday you see a lot of different figures regarding what MSC represents worldwide. Today we are about 80% of the global capture, and we are present in 48 countries worldwide. Please, at this stage, I would like to, you notice, developing world, Africa, Latin America have reduced presence, and I'm going to try to explain this in afterward. This is MSC in Latin America. We have engaged in the program. Well, we have increasing staff of MSC in Latin America, and we have four countries involved in our program. This is the figure. I know Brazil is not considered, but I would like to explain afterward why Brazil maybe is not included in the program. Okay. Also to say, this is I took this slide from a colleague of us, fisheryproject.org. This is not MSC, but I think it's important to mention that all these fisheries are in the path to the improvement. So my intention in this is you can see all the momentum that sustainability has in the worldwide. I didn't cover all the map because I center in Americas, but there's a huge momentum, I would say. For sure, not all these fisheries are going to obtain the MSC certification or decide to move to the certification. Obtain the certification is a case-by-case decision, and we'll see these decisions at the end of this presentation. What is about the program? I would say, we're trying to certify fisheries, the fisheries management, and the impact of the fishing activities. But the program is beyond that. We are aimed also to transfer the seafood through the supply chain. So we have a second certification called Chain of Custody certification, and also as other programs that you have seen in all this webinar is related with the use of the MSC logo. Something important to underline here is the program is voluntary, and this is important in my perspective. This is something very important because when a program is voluntary, you create a differentiation, a market differentiation for seafood commodities. Instead, when this kind of programs are turned mandatory, you have a limitation, and finally is a requirement to access to certain markets. The standard, the MSC fisheries standard. Due to time, I'm not going to go too much detail in here. I'm not want to repeat, but yesterday we see the importance of this concept of independency. So there was a presentation of Antonio Hervas talking about the accreditation, the role of the certifiers in here, and the standard settle. I would say beyond this, I think an important point for this kind of certifications is the credibility. So finally, in order to engage in some way buyers and consumers, you have as a certification program credibility, and this is for me is one of the essential points to ensure the credibility of this kind of program. Also, the credibility is sustained on what are you doing regarding your standard. So the MSc certification program and its standard is not about particular agendas or NGO claims. It's about international requirements that are mostly agreed in United Nations, and the FAO, but also about private organizations like ICIL, as we saw yesterday. All of them plus science that are trying to create a standard that is credible, is according to the best international practice. The MSc standard, it sounds very simple, but at the end has a lot of requirement. And sometimes I'm trying to respond a question from yesterday. It's about the sustainability of the target stock, but also is very important. It's very important about the best international fishing practice and the impact of the fishings create in the ecosystem, but also about I would say, the governance that sustain all this principle. It's about, finally, this is the default tree that fisheries are assessed, and I would say it's about information, it's about management, it's about what is happening in the water. It's about how much fish we have to exploit fisheries. Benefit and cost and benefit of the certification. To be honest, most of the clients that are entering to MSc certification, and probably in other program is the same situation, are looking for commercial benefit. In fact, in many cases, are looking for price premium. Price premium, at the end of the day, is a question regarding market driven demand and supply rules. But we are sure, and we have a lot of experience showing that benefits of the certifications are also about terms of image, opportunities for the fisheries administration, opportunities for the conservation. Unfortunately, to prove sustainability according to the MSc need to be proved, and there's a lot of technical hours associated with this kind of assessment. Also, because there's an active stakeholder participation in this kind of process. So when and trying to respond why a fisherman enters to the MSc program is a delicate balance between the benefits and the cost of the certification. So the certification is not for everybody, is for those who are able to identify enough benefits to cover the cost of the certification. All the process of assessment fisheries are going to need some expertise, and we need to pay for them. So the cost is implicit in this kind of process, and is good you to know about this. Finally, I wanted to introduce MSc, as I mentioned before, is an NGO, and our mission is to move. Our mission is to move fisheries through sustainable standards. So we have today in the pre-MSc space a new program that is intending to support fisheries that are intending to move to MSc certification. It's called In Transition to MSc, and we are aimed to provide funds, to provide expertise and experience in order to help fisheries to move to more sustainable standard. Thank you. Are open to receive at the end of this panel any question that you can have. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Rodrigo Polanco, por essa belíssima apresentação.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo Polanco, for your brilliant presentation about the work and procedures of MSc in certifying fisheries. At the end of this panel, we will certainly have a lot of questions. Now, without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor to Professor Valente, who will be handling the second presentation of this panel. Professor Valente works with aquaculture. He's also part of the Brazilian academia. He has a lot of experience in aquaculture projects. He also advises the government, has already publicized a lot of important materials on aquaculture. So, Mr. Valente, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'd like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here presenting my work. Congratulations on the event. It's a very important one, and it's a very good opportunity because we are now going through a phase in Brazil in which we need to move towards certification, and we need to create standards that are compatible with the needs and also the potential that Brazil has. I will be sharing my screen so that we can start my presentation.
Tô achando aqui aquele íconezinho verdinho. Ah, apareceu agora. Acho que estão vendo?
Can you all see my screen?
Sim, então podemos continuar, né?
Okay, so let's start. Well, contrary to what Polanco did, I'll be presenting in Portuguese, but the slides will be in English because I think this will be easier for those who don't understand Portuguese. So I'll be talking about sustainability indicators for aquaculture, which is a program that we have been developing over the last 20 years. This program had the support of the Secretary of Fishery and Aquaculture and was financially supported by many different entities. The idea started in 1997 when the 2021 agenda was signed, and the Ministry of Science and Technology, together with the CNPq, called me to go to Brasilia to coordinate a project to turn Brazilian aquaculture, to make it sustainable. And at the time, we realized that we did not really know much about Brazilian production or about the structure of our producers. We basically knew nothing. the information was sparse, so we couldn't really do it. So we started with a project to survey the aquaculture systems that were in Brazil. This is a project that I coordinated at the time, and it helped us create other projects as well. And we were also able to publish an important material, and this publication is in has been translated into English, is in the White House, and is considered also a strategic material because for the first time we had data that had been collected in the field in Brazil. Even though we have a lot of data from the FAO, we know that they are not based on field survey. And after that project, I decided to continue the work we started. It was very interesting, and we started doing research. For us to evaluate sustainability, for us to have a sustainability program, it would have to be aligned with the 2021 agenda, obviously. And we needed to have a mechanism to measure sustainability because ministries wanted to know if the projects were sustainable because then they would get funding based on that because there are many rules saying that only sustainable projects can be funded. But what is sustainable? If today it's hard to define that, imagine at the end of last century. So that's when we created the aquaculture sustainability network with the support of the Secretary of Fishery and Aquaculture, which then became the Ministry of Fishery and Aquaculture, which I coordinate till today. One of the major differences that we have regarding other certifications, since that's the topic of our event, is that the certification that we are proposing based on this work, which is recognized worldwide, has as its basis the principles of sustainability, which is something that does not really happen with most other certifications, which are based on a series of requirements that are defined by civil society or by producers, organizations, or many other bodies that do not take into consideration basic principles for sustainability. These themes certify what is sustainability, what is most sustainable, but the essence here is aimed at what consumers think is sustainable, but our system is more focused on a scientific system to keep a perennial planet, meaning that we have to use our resources in an adequate way, keeping these resources in the same conditions for future generations. I will be briefly describing the principles that we used, and then I will delve into some details about the certification. Well, as you can see, the economic system depends on ecosystem goods and services. This is a fact, this is a principle, this is a basic sustainability principle, and it cannot grow beyond the carrying capacity of the planet. So these points are at the core of our work. If you analyze other certifications, and during this work, I analyzed the main certifications. I see that the guiding principles for those other certifications are a little bit different. And moving on to the concept of sustainable development, which involves a lot of different concepts. But we base ourselves on the 2021 agenda and afterwards on the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. So just to summarize, the idea is to create conditions that lead to a combination of human welfare and balance of resources available in nature. So this would be a way of describing this, but of course we can describe in another way, like living harmoniously with nature without compromising the resources for future generations. Regarding the concept of sustainability, which has over 700 definitions in literature, in the literature, but based on the 2021 and 2030 agendas, which are really the international documents that guide this principle and that helped us come up with this concept. So for us, sustainability is the management of natural, human, financial, technological, and institutional resources to ensure the continued satisfaction of human needs for present and future generations. So, as you can see, this concept involves human intervention here, represented by the word management, all of the different resources available, such as natural, human, financial, etc., to ensure the continued satisfaction of human needs. This is a very important point. What do we mean by human needs? This is a human-centered concept. So the main thing here is human needs. Another essential item is that it needs to be guaranteed for present and future generations. So meaning that this will last in the long term. So it's no use having aquaculture or fishery with humanitarian principles that are accepted by populations, which is normally what happens with other certifications. If we do not guarantee and if we do not have indicators that show that these natural resources will not be depleted, meaning that they will still be around in the same amount for future generations. So we see that the guiding documents by the UN focus on these dimensions: environmental, social, and economic. And we use this elliptic model that shows a hierarchy. Society depends on the environment. And each one of those depends on the other, but the environment does not rely on any of the other pillars. These three elements are inherent to the development of human societies. And governance, which currently has been considered one of the dimensions for sustainability, is actually a pillar for sustainability. It's a way for you to reach the other dimensions. Without governance, we cannot do anything. Just having laws without governance, we will not be able to reach other dimensions. But governance is not necessarily inherent to the other sustainability dimensions. Based on this, we started discussing sustainable aquaculture, which is the profitable production of aquatic organisms with perennial and harmonic interaction with the environment and local human populations. This concept has become very popular. This concept has been quoted in many different papers, and this concept has served as the basis for our work. This is a little bit different from responsible aquaculture, which is normally the concept used in other certifications. Responsible aquaculture is the production according to codes of ethics established by social institutions. For example, societies of producers, government agencies, consumer groups, and other civil society groups. And normally, these codes of ethics established lead to a more sustainable production, but they do not have, in essence, sustainability principles, but their essence is acceptance by the community. So this makes a very big difference because we can establish a certification for responsible aquaculture, humanitarian aquaculture, but if we talk about certification for sustainable aquaculture, we need to meet the sustainability principles. This needs to be at the core. And we see in every presentation, which all the presentations have been brilliant yesterday and today. But what we see that what's at the core is responsible aquaculture. But in our case, we're talking about sustainable aquaculture. In 2010, the Ministry of Science and Technology, together with the Secretariat for Fishery and Aquaculture, which then became a ministry, has recommended the creation of a sustainable aquaculture research network, which is a network that I coordinate till this day. This network has done a lot of work. It is formed by 16 institutions, more than 40 PhD researchers. We have a lot of students from different PhD programs, and out of this network, we are able to produce a lot of different publications focused on sustainability. So the objective of this network is to assess the sustainability of different aquaculture systems. And to do that, we need to develop indicators of sustainability to assess aquaculture, and that's what we did. And to develop these indicators, we need to assess ecosystem services or nature contribution to people, as some like to call it, of aquaculture systems. So we have created a group of indicators, and these indicators measure the sustainability of each different part of the system in an independent way so that we understand how each part works, and the combination of the information from these indicators creates a sustainability index. And each indicator reflects an important component of the sustainability system, and it allows us to diagnose in a very specific way and also to assess each element that composes the system.
As we mentioned, it's based on the 2021 and 2030 agendas, reminding that the 2030 agenda has ratified all the principles of the 2021 agenda. So this agenda is contained in the 2030 agenda, and it has advanced with the SDGs. But a lot that we have on Agenda 2021 is not repeated by the 2030 agenda. But when it ratifies and assumes that everything is valid, it is already contained in it. What was the mechanism we used? First, we used a mix of top-down and bottom-up. That is, the experts defined these indicators and then took it to the stakeholders. We had several meetings in Brasilia, in-person meetings with the support of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, where we discussed these indicators with the stakeholders. Many of them were eliminated, others were created, and afterwards in a program, the Change Brazil program, we got considerable resources to validate this in practice. Over 40 farms were analyzed with the indicators that came out of the top-down, bottom-up process. And at the end, we eliminated a few indicators for several reasons. And we had 56 indicators chosen, 14 economic indicators, 20 social indicators, 22 social, environmental. In the last published article here, indicators of sustainability to assess aquaculture systems in 2018 and in 2021. And last year, the European Commission published this document, which is the policy for reconstruction of European Union post-pandemic with resilience. And here we have the criteria for blue economy. Blue economy moves $1.5 trillion per year, and this refers to all activities connected to the sea and in extension to the freshwater environments. And this document analyzes the tools we have to analyze sustainability and eliminates one by one, and it reaches 4 tools that are recommended as valid to receive the money and to assess if the companies are adapting to these new criteria. And one of these tools is R2, the indicators of sustainability to access aquaculture systems. And they make it quite clear that this can be adapted to the entire blue economy. So this shows that we can indeed adapt for fishing. Of course, it's a lot closer to aquaculture. This provided international recognition for this work with the indicators, and it was accepted by the European Union, which led some European companies to look for us to start to set this certification program. What are the basic principles? The economic indicators consider efficiency in the use of financial resources, the capability for resilience, the capacity to absorb negative externality costs. Externality is a principle of neoclassic economy created in 1936 that was relegated to a second level, but it's very important. It's very important to include this when we're working with economic sustainability and the capacity to generate resources for reinvestment. The social sustainability indicators take into account the creation of benefits for local communities, for example, generating jobs, food security, the principle of equity, the equality of opportunities. All should have the same opportunities. Equity says each according to their needs. Equity. This image here shows it well. And the income distribution. The indicators talk about the use of natural resources using nitrogen, phosphorus, and carbon as a proxy, and energy, efficiency in using these resources, the release of pollutants and byproducts, including greenhouse gas effect gases, with indicators for the potential absorption or release of these gases, the conservation of genetic diversity and biodiversity, the amount of byproducts released in dams or rivers that have cages or in nurseries, and the preservation of genetic diversity and biodiversity. Then we have a performance scale where we have indicators here that have very different units. So the endpoints are defined for the performance scale. Everything is set to a 0-1 standard. And then we create sustainability indices. So I can have a sub-index for economic sustainability, a sub-index for social sustainability, a sub-index for environmental sustainability. Then I can find the arithmetic average, and I have a sustainability index. This doesn't need to be a arithmetic average. I can use a weighted average, and I can consider which dimension is the most important. And when calculating this sub-index, I can weight the value of each indicator based on its importance, meaning that our system is quite flexible, and we can promote several adaptations to it. And to add this to the certification, UNESCO has incentivized the creation of aquaculture. This is a certification of sustainable aquaculture, the first Brazilian company for certification of aquaculture sustainability. This is a startup using this technology. This technology has already been internationally recognized by the European Union. We have even had several meetings to validate this method with stakeholders from Europe as well. And aquaculture is just starting recently. We created 3 certification levels, the gold, silver, and bronze seals, and we consider that the bronze seal is when the farm has 60% of its indicators in compliance. When the producer reaches 75% in compliance, they achieve the silver, and if they get to 9%, they go to gold. My time is over. I sadly can't continue. Dr. Fernanda Borges is the CEO at aquaculture, and she has been doing amazing work. So thank you, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor Wagner. You were quite educational. This is a very interesting experience. As I said at first, it's a true experience, a Brazilian experience, true on the ground. We're learning from the world, and we're teaching to the world as well. So thank you, Professor. At the end of this panel, we will have a few questions, and we will discuss it a little bit better. Our next speaker will be a video. It was sent by Dr. Tori Spence. She works in the National Administration of Oceans and Atmosphere, NOAA, in the United States, and she works with fisheries and aquaculture. She will be available to our listeners through email. You can send us an email, or you can send the email directly to her to respond, because she lives in Hawaii, and in Hawaii it's 3 in the morning right now. She'll be virtually with us, but she will interact. She's been interacting with December for a few weeks now. So please, I asked the production team to put the video up for Dr. Tori. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to join you today, and we're grateful for the opportunity to participate. I'm Tori Spence McConnell, and I specialize in aquaculture management in the U.S. I'm a regional coordinator for the National Marine Fisheries Service, also known as NOAA Fisheries, in the Pacific Islands region. I'm joining you today via recording, since it's about 3 a.m. in Honolulu. Please note my email. I'd be happy to connect and answer questions if they arise during the presentation. In this presentation, I'd like to give an overview of seafood management, certification, and ratings in the U.S. We'll start with an overview of the U.S. seafood production. After that, I'll touch on certification and ratings, including understanding the differences between the two systems. Lastly, I'll give a high-level overview of management in the U.S. from a NOAA fisheries perspective. Just a note, this presentation is applicable for fisheries and aquaculture. I've got more experience in the aquaculture side of things, so you'll probably see more of that perspective when we get into the NOAA perspective. I'd like to give you an overview of U.S. seafood production. In the U.S., about 70 to 85% of our seafood that we consume, it's imported, and more than 50% of the imported seafood is actually farmed in aquaculture. And there's also about a $17 billion seafood trade deficit. So here I am making the case for aquaculture, but again, that's what I can speak to because that's what I know. There has been a rise in global aquaculture production between 1990 and 2018. In the US, aquaculture production also decreased by 20% over the last 20 years. So we're really looking to grow our own aquaculture production, especially considering we have one of the largest EEZs in the world. In the US, most seafood certification and ratings are not run by the government. So you might be wondering why I'm talking about them. Prior to working for NOAA, I worked as an inspector for seafood eco-certification and also for a seafood ratings organization. I know there are a few certification experts in our workshop today, and I don't want to speak for them. But I did want to offer a quick word on the difference between a rating and a certification for consideration during your conversations. In general, both are ways to evaluate and communicate sustainability of a seafood product. Certifications are usually something an individual company or a fishery will seek as a way to communicate sustainability goals and to fetch a higher price on the market, among others. It's usually different from a government permit and can take into account additional factors or strict thresholds, which I'm sure my colleagues have already covered in their presentations. Ratings are similar in that they also communicate information about sustainability of farm or fishing practices, but they're typically aggregated data from all of the producers in a given area. Ratings organizations prioritize their work based on what's important for their country's market. So the goal is to assess, generally, sustainability for seafood that's currently on the market. Lots of seafood purveyors, grocery stores, restaurants, they all use certifications and ratings to help guide their internal sourcing policies. So these can be key motivators for employing practices that factor into a favorable rating or apply for certification. In the US, there are many laws governing the harvest and sale of fish. Particularly in federal waters, the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, which we'll cover in a minute, is the primary one for fisheries in the US. Beyond governmental laws and regulations, fisheries and aquaculture producers can also apply principles for certifications, ratings, and other international standards. There are a lot of standards that promote sustainable aquaculture and fishing practices, and they can be very important for marketing to US consumers about the sustainability of the product. Many of these standard holders are at this workshop. Again, I'm not going to try and speak for them, but they can really have a strong added value and complement existing regulations in the US. NOAA does recognize the importance and value of certifications and ratings, and we don't endorse or collaborate with any certification or ratings program. NOAA's primary role in governing fisheries is through the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The full name for it is the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, or we tend to call it MSA, or the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Again, it's the primary law governing fisheries management in federal waters of the US. The United States is a global leader in responsibly managed fisheries and sustainable seafood. From recreational and small-scale tribal fishermen to large-scale vessels harvesting and processing millions of tons of fish, U.S. fisheries are scientifically monitored, regionally managed, and legally enforced under 10 national standards of sustainability. Managing sustainable fisheries is a dynamic process, and that requires constant and routine attention to new scientific information that can guide management actions. Again, this is at a national level. There are also state and territorial regulations for both fisheries and aquaculture. There are these other regulations at the state and territorial level. NOAA recently published an overview of the broad requirements for aquaculture permitting in state waters. This QR code can take you directly to these publications. As before, it's important to note that seafood production in the US does have to comply with many different regulations beyond the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Some of these regulations include the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and Clean Water Act. These regulations provide management for coastal resources and ensuring clean water quality, preservation of cultural and historic places, and limitations on antibiotic use, among many other. If you're curious to know more about federal permits for aquaculture, we've also got a guide specifically for that. This can give you a good overview of the different permits and regulations that come into play for producers in the US, and also how all of those regulations intersect. Again, this QR code can help take you directly to this publication. And first and foremost, producers in the US need to be compliant with a number of laws and regulations at all of the state and the local, state, and federal levels. After that, they may want to consider ratings and certifications as a means to access different markets, especially higher value or more prestigious markets. Since there's not a government organic standard for fish in the US, ratings and certifications are a really great way to message about sustainability practices that a farmer or a fisherman or a group of fishermen might be employing. It can also help gain some recognition for being a good steward of our environment. For certifications, an individual farm or fishery applies and goes through the inspection and verification process. If you're looking to shift a rating into a more favorable category, it usually requires a collaborative approach to ensure cooperation among producers in a regional area. If a producer wants to access a certain market, or perhaps perhaps they want to get their product into what's perceived as a higher end market or a higher end grocery store, they can find out what certifications that company requires or what values a company wants their products to display. For instance, if the grocery store wants to carry products that don't harm wetlands, they might choose a certification that has high standards for protecting or replanting wetlands as part of the farm operation. And with that, I will conclude. Obrigado novamente. I'm happy to continue this conversation. I wish you the best of luck on the conversations you're having in this workshop, and I would be glad to join a call or an email if you like. I hope the rest goes well, and I look forward to connecting with you in the future.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, foi essa a apresentação da colega Tori desde o Havaí.
So that was our presentation by Tori. She was talking about the US situation. We'll be talking about this a little bit further in a few minutes in our panel with the other consultants who are here with us today. And now, without further ado, I will call the representative who is representing the global seafood traceability, which is a system which is a company that has developed a system for seafood traceability. Mr. Brown, he's the executive director of this organization. Greg, the floor is yours. Thank you. Mr. Brown, the floor is yours.
Não tem a querida conexão do Greg, que está nos falando do exterior da Europa. Vamos aguardar segundinho, por gentileza.
Let's wait a few seconds to see if Mr. Brown is with us.
Hello, yes, hi. Thank you. I'll start my video now. There we are. Thank you. Good morning. I am honored to participate in this important program regarding certification options for the Brazilian seafood sector. Let's start by talking about traceability. Here is a basic definition of traceability that I randomly selected on the web from SustainLab, a website for CO2 emissions. It captures the basic principle of traceability that all certifications share, which is the one step backward, one step forward tracking of product or process data from resource through production and transformation to distribution or point of sale. Many new tools and best practices have been developed over the last 2 decades to implement data traceability, including virtual fishery observers, automatic identification systems, regional fisheries management organizations, electronic vessel trip reports, unique vessel identifiers, vessel monitoring systems, just to name a few. But how will all these data benefit us if it sits in a silo like a government database or a fishery observer's logbook and is never shared? Not everyone at this conference may know that the Global Dialogue on Seafood Traceability is the major international platform that convened dozens of seafood companies around the world to draft the first ever global industry standards for seafood traceability. It's a global membership participation organization dedicated to the advancing of standardization and adoption of interoperable traceability throughout the fishery and aquaculture seafood supply chains. Interoperability means how data can be standardized and collected at each step of the seafood supply chain. So it only needs to be recorded once, but can be easily shared from one software system to another. The GDST standard identifies who is responsible for capturing the data at each critical tracking event, and they specify what key data elements need to be captured and transferred at each step. The uniqueness of the GDST dialogues versus the main processes and forums working in the seafood traceability was that it achieved global seafood industry consensus to address the interoperability challenge by drafting commercially applicable and voluntary industry standards. But why was this needed? Because the seafood industry faces a range of challenges that need to be solved. For example, overfishing, fraud, illegal fishing, and forced labor, just to name a few. Two nonprofits, the World Wildlife Federation and the Institute for Food Technologists, working with a number of visionary seafood companies, launched the Global Dialogue on Seafood Traceability in 2017. And for the next 3 years, helped facilitate a major international process to draft the GDST traceability standards. As the dialogue matured, industry leadership was solidified by forming the GDST Steering Committee in mid-2019. Upon completion of the drafting process, the new standards were field tested and published as GDST 1.0 in March 2020, right as the COVID pandemic hit. But despite the global disruption and severe impacts of the pandemic on the seafood sector since the launch of the standard, the momentum of the dialogue has been most visible in the steady growth of the GDST membership since the standards were published just over 2 years ago. More than 100 companies in over 28 countries around the world have now directly adopted the GDST standards or joined in endorsing them. Just some of their logos are presented here. We've also seen a steady growth in the formal endorsements and working partnerships from the major seafood industry platforms, including endorsements from CPACT in North America, the UK Seafoods Industry Alliance, the International Sustainable Seafood Forum, and the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative. And there are now over 40 traceability solution providers engaged in selling products and services that support GDST implementation. One of the most important developments for GDST was the joint statement issued by the so-called Meta Coalition in February 2021. This very unusual statement, bringing together 5 major industry platforms representing more than 150 companies, identified just 2 major steps to prevent illegal, unreported, or unregulated products from entering seafood markets. The first step was for industry to implement the GDST standards. The second was for governments to ratify and implement the Port State Measures Agreement. Growing influence of the GDST standards is also evident in their public treatment by experts and stakeholder entities such as the Conservation Alliance for Seafood Solutions, GS1, Lloyd's Register Foundation, the MSC, ASC, Planet Tracker, Seafood Alliance for Legality and Traceability, the Seafood Sustainability Index, World Benchmarking Alliance, and the UN FAO in multiple reports. One key example is how GDST is becoming highly relevant are the important new regulations now being drafted in the US, EU, Canada, and Japan that will have a significant impact on traceability requirements for seafood traded in those major market regions. All of these regulations will be adding new requirements for lot-based traceability, similar to GDST requirements, including digital record keeping and transmission of traceability data. So why should the Brazilian seafood sector consider the GDST standard as a benchmark? Well, because it fully addresses the range of motivations that drive global seafood supply chains. It meets the requirement for basic local, national, or international regulatory compliance. It supports supply chain transparency to evidence product provenance, recall data, or mass balance calculation, and it facilitates collecting the evidences for responsible sourcing criteria that are found in certifications. The GDST standards are agnostic. We do not favor one technology over another. We believe that all parties in the dialogue should have equal opportunity to express their desires and concerns. We want to help every part of the supply chain adopt the interoperability, traceability, even the first mile. Mostly, we are committed to supporting all of our members with testing tools, training, and individualized consulting services to be successful implementers of the GDST standard. To that end, 3 important announcements were made at the Seafood Expo North America in Boston and the Seafood Expo Global in Barcelona this year. The first announcement was the release of our first update to the GDST standard 1.0, which is version 1.1. This update to the standard is significant because it consolidated the different protocols and methodologies for interoperability down to one key method, which is the GS1 EPSIS methods. Number 2, we announced the rollout of the first in a suite of testing tools, our GDST test tool for capability. This tool measures the capability of a software system to meet the GDST standard. Number 3, we announced the establishment of a permanent, independent GDST organization that will take place in the 1st of October of this year and will help us to implement and drive GDST adoption globally. So, making decisions around the technology to be deployed in your software system to make it interoperable, the first concrete step that an implementer needs to take, and depending on your supply chain needs, that answer could be to have the interoperability elements integrated in your own proprietary software system. Or you can hire a single turnkey solution from a solution provider, or you can do a hybrid approach that has some in-house components and some outside provided components. Whatever you decide to do, GDST will be there to support you. When a solution provider or proprietary software system passes the capability test, the test number and solution provider name will be publicly listed on the GDST website in our directory. The member is granted the permission to use a GDST checked capable logo in your marketing materials, which you can see the version of the logo there. And you can claim GDST checked capable and for that version of software that was tested for 1 year from the test. If your version has not changed and the test is still good, you can take another test after a year to renew your test validity. So this is just one example of the support and the help that we give to our implementers, and we would like you all to invite you to engage in the future of seafood traceability with us. Join the GDST. Thank you. And one last piece of good news for those of our Portuguese-speaking friends. There is a technical expert on our software development team who speaks Portuguese. His name and contact information is listed on this slide, so please take a picture of it if you would like to contact him for more information about the GDST standards, Thank you very much. Thank you, Gonzalo.
Muito obrigado, Greg, por essa interessantíssima
Thank you very
apresentação.
much, Greg, for this very interesting presentation. I invite you to keep your video on, and now we are going to be calling the other speakers of our session, Mr. Polanco, Mr. Valenti. As I mentioned, Dari is no longer with us. Actually, Torre is not with us today, at least not live, and we will be starting now our discussions. It's interesting because we've seen a lot of initiatives by the private sector and NGOs and other organizations that get together and have different partnerships with different stakeholders and then generate different standards and seek different partnerships. Governments sometimes work in a different way, but they end up interacting with these organizations. As Greg mentioned, governments are now adopting these standards because they are highly applicable and they are highly reliable as well. I like to tell of those all of those that are watching us online that everything that we see here now is a little bit ahead of what is being broadcast. So I think that Greg was watching our presentations online, and that's why we had some delay. But anyway, we have some questions here that we have received from our participants, from our viewers. Some of the questions are more general and can be answered by anyone, and others are directed to some of our speakers based on their presentations. So one of the questions that we have here is, when one organization, this is a question for Rodrigo, okay? If an organization wants to criticize or to ask another certified company, for example, not to receive the certification, so when a company wants to criticize another company that is pursuing the certification, how does the MSC receive this kind of criticism? How do you work in the sense of granting the certification or denying the certification of a company? So what is the experience of MSC in Latin America in that sense?
Thank you for the question. I'm not absolutely sure if I understood the question. We have a certification program. The fishery, the assessment of the fisheries is in a fishery base basis. So you have a client that is willing to, because this client has assessed the benefits and the cost of the certification, and we have a previous. I didn't have enough time to explain this, but there's exists a pre-assessment, which is a previous as internal assessment to see if the fishery is capable to achieve the MSC standard. So this is to protect the fishery in some way and give it the opportunity to give to has the improvement that the fishery may need to achieve the standard. So usually what happens is the fishery is 100% certain that it's able to achieve the certification. So the main reason because the fisheries are engaged with the program is because they are capable to get the certification. I covered the question correctly?
Sim, Rodrigo, creio que sim. É que no mundo comercial muitas
I
vezes
believe so. It's because in the commercial world, the competitiveness among companies might lead one to report the other, but the MSC has an independent assessment and then it gets to its own conclusion, right? Even if one company reports another as not being certifiable, for example. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. Please note we didn't assess anything. This is not third independent party. Yesterday we talked about this concept. The certify is in charge. We are the standard setter, and we just only support the fishery, so providing understanding about the standard, but the fishery need to be assessed by a CAB, a certified accredited body to conformity assessment body to be assessed.
Perfeito, perfeito. O professor Valente também tinha alguma ideia de responder isso do lado da
Professor Valenti was going to talk about this, but let me ask another question together with this first question about the competition. Well, we have a question here about the environmental conditions and how to produce a better quality product. So they're asking here, what indicators are used to evaluate if a shrimp has been farmed in the best salinity conditions or in the best environmental conditions to ensure the production of a good quality product? Well, I'll start with the last question. Well, our assessment system is based on sustainability and scientific concepts. So it assesses if the conditions under which farming is taking place is efficient, if resources are being used efficiently, and if the amount of resources is small or what it is, and if these resources are being used in an appropriate manner without impacting the ecosystems and without generating GHG and also other eutrophising products, and if it's not impacting internal and external biodiversity.
So this question is more closely connected to the certification systems that are based in the best management practices. That is, they're based on good management practices. Then it is taken into account different criteria. We do not need to analyze what is the salinity, for example. The variables that we will look into will be how much carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus is used in the system and will become biomass of shrimps, and how much of the carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus energy will be lost to the environment, will become pollution. So this is the logic. But if it has high or low salinity, that doesn't make a difference in terms of sustainability. What makes a difference in terms of sustainability basically would be these parameters that we use, as proxy for the use of resources, or natural resources. These are the key elements, which are carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and energy. Regarding the other question, I think that's a great question. What do we do when there's a complaint or a report? The aquaculture company that we are mentoring is quite new in the market. So we haven't had that experience yet. We haven't had the opportunity to have it. But as you've mentioned very well, I'd like you to say that I'm not only an academic. I create companies using my former students. I support public policies, and I've been doing so for many years. So I'm the connection between academia and the private sector. And what we see is that many certified companies truly do not comply with the certification. And this creates some dissatisfaction with in other companies. There's this issue that competition at times leads to false complaints, and that needs to be considered. But what I have been seeing is that usually the complaints and reports are true because the data gathering systems, they often are not that effective. there's a lot of data not in our system. Our entire system collects data by the certifier. But in many cases, I know that data comes from voluntary information by the producer. So the producer says, okay, in my farm, we do not have child labor, we don't have this, we don't have the other. And people who live there and know that there is, they make reports and complaints. So we need to be careful with that because this data collection is expensive, as you mentioned. But in the case of our system, it is at least 5 times less than what has been presented here. But in any case, it is an expensive process, but the certifiers need to be aware and be careful with their name because this needs to be supported. I'm aware of several systems that are certified as organic and they're not truly organic. I'm aware of other systems that are also certified and they do not comply part of the regulations. And this is quite difficult, in fact, for certification companies to assess that. So this is a serious major problem. It's an important question. And I've mentioned in the chat, it's an excellent question. I have a few more questions here, Wagner, for you, but I will ask a question to Greg now. Greg, the question is there a relationship between traceability, this continuum of the product from getting out of the sea to the consumer's table, with certification and the rating in these 3 links, these 3 parts of the commercial system: traceability, certification, rating of products? What is the relationship between all 3 activities? Are there different organizations working in different areas, one just with traceability, other just certification? What is your view on that, please?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Yes, that the difference and the from between certifications and rating was covered well by Tori's presentation. They're both ways of measuring sustainability. Traceability links all of those together as being the foundation of how the evidences are demonstrated to the marketplace. By linking the traceability data to the certification requirements, you effectively prove the certification. In the measurement of ratings, the people who do the assessments for ratings will look at the data and decide on the rating based upon the data. So either way, the traceability data is the key foundation stone for all of these methodologies. Whether you use certification or you're doing rating. The difference in what I'm advocating here in this seminar is I'm advocating for the interoperability of that data, for the connectivity of that data, so that same data can be used across multiple platforms. It can be used to sell your product. It can be used to promote your sustainability, or it just can be used for regulatory compliance. That's the key to the differences and the similarities of our 3 systems. Yeah.
Muito obrigado, Greg. Muito interessante essa questão, né?
Thank you, Greg. This is a very interesting question. There are several stages involved here. Rodrigo, please. You said something that was very interesting about cost and values, and the cost of a certification process initially is not cheap. And when we talk about implementing in Brazil, we're talking about dollars, and international organizations talk about dollar. And whenever you think about the cost benefit, you show that balance, showing that the benefits will be positive for the company. But they're asking us here, there are 2 questions here related to this whole process. One for Andrea Brigger and other Mr. Alberto Campos. One dealing with the costs, how costs are managed by industries usually. What is your experience? Are they passed to the final cost? Is the consumer paying for a higher quality product? Are they paying a little more? Are there benefits for the consumer in the certification costs?
Thank you for the question. This is a very, very, very frequently question. Our approach, and I totally support this idea, the benefits and the cost needs to be assessed in the case-by-case situation. This is very important because the market is very varied. So sometimes the market recognizes and it's going to reward certain situations. So I have a very good example with the Patagonian toothfit fishery. When the Patagonian toothfit fishery was the first fishery certified, the first Patagonian toothfit, I mean, I didn't go too deep because due to the time, but they start to obtain other benefits. Image is very important. And increasingly, the fisheries are seeing, and especially with all this movement related with social responsible companies, is increasing concern about if the fishery business can be sustained through the time. So having a fishery for a business model, if you have collapsing fishery, it's something very, very important to have this consideration. So the benefit needs to be included in a wider perspective. From I think it's very important. The costs are there. I explained before that you need to consider assess this kind of process is very expensive. I'm not going to deny this. We have been working a lot in terms of trying to reduce the cost, but it's expertise. There's a lot of expert consulting here, and you have to understand this. Is about information, it's about assessment model, it's about assess the situation of bycatch. So it's complex and you need expertise, and the costs are associated for this expertise. So the balance ended up saying the balance need to be assessed case by case, considering all the elements that I explained before.
Perfeito, Rodrigo, obrigado. Nós estamos...
Thank you, Rodrigo. We're almost at the end of time, but I have a few questions for Dr. Wagner here. Since we have a Brazilian audience, the Brazilian scenario caught their eye. The audience wants to know about Brazil. Andrea had asked a question talking about aquaculture. How does aquaculture is in the stage between being the owner of the standard or being the ones that are working in certification? How is the company working with that? And connecting to another question here, we have some people trying to understand where they can find how they can find the sustainability indicators you mentioned in the literature. And in the discussion, Humberto Pereira from Rio de Janeiro is asking, in the discussion with stakeholders, how did you choose the organizations, the entities to question and respond, to criticize the model that was proposed? Starting backwards from the last one, they were chosen mainly by the Fisheries and Aquaculture Secretariat. We had representatives from all the geographic regions of Brazil. We started there, preferably coming from different states. Representatives from the research side, which were the minority. Representatives from the producers, from the extensionists, representatives from the merchants. We even had a priest that was working with productive communities, Pier Paolo, who had a great participation in the presentation. So we had a list of what groups, what type of stakeholders did we need. I have an article published that discusses the whole production chain. So we had people from all links in the chain, and we tried to distribute them geographically. And the Secretariat for Fishing and Agriculture paid for travel and accommodations. We took people in different meetings, and then we had an exchange of emails with the representatives. So I believe there was a lot of representation. When we submitted the indicators to the European community, no, sorry, not the European community, but in a project financed by the European Union, we invited stakeholders from several different locations, including members of FAO, members of the OS, World Bank, but in my view, I think this was very well done. I've seen very little done like this, because this was done early in the beginning of the century, and then it moved forward, so around 2010 and so on. I can send you the literature, I can send you the papers, and you can disseminate them, because I sent in chat. I don't think everybody will have access to it. Maybe you can add your email in the chat, and they can email you, but Sembra can be the middleman here. If I add email to the chat, they will not have access. I saw that my chat is only for panelists, right? It's okay. Someone from Sembra will add it online to people who are seeing it on streaming on the platform. The literature is all available for free. So you can see this document from the European Union that has ratified our indicators. This did not have our action. This was from the European Union, such as the document that are a basis for the indicators. And the first question was about aquaculture, right? How aquaculture is taking a position in between editing the standards and doing the certification. We are still structuring this. And in fact, who is editing the standards is the Network for Sustainability in Aquaculture. So who has defined all the standards is this network, the Sustainability Network. Aquaculture has conducted a study, defined several protocols to enable this in entrepreneurial terms, and we are in contact with international audits, the companies that are respectable, so that they will assign an auditor, one of their auditors, so we can have a training session, so they can audit later on. We still have not defined who would be that auditor. This is something that is extremely important, but it's quite complicated. It's very complex, because we've talked to a few auditors, and to provide greater credibility, we need to have an international audit. We don't want to create a different startup to conduct audits, because this would be something kind of too in-house, too endogenous. So we're still structuring ourselves. Thank you. We have one last comment to be made live from Juliana Zagalia. If I haven't read, if I mistake, she works in IBAMA, the Brazilian Environment Institute. She has an interesting comment here that in Brazil, some of the information in the systems of the companies, both in the Ministry of Environment and Fishing, are self-declared by the companies. They provide their own information about their activity, about their work, using electronic forms. So I put before the three of you the fact that there are different realities. MSC uses independent assessments. Global Dialogue Food Traceability also has data from onboard servers and traceability systems. Here in Brazil, we have satellite systems as well, and there are a few issues with that. Lamentably, people in the Southern Hemisphere are quite creative when it comes to breaking laws. let's have that level of self-criticism. So we have different sources of information from consultants, from observers paid by the industry, by the government, how to manage that information so we can have the best of them, the best data, so that we can in fact certify companies that would be responsible and sustainable, and so that the consumer at the end can eat the product that sometimes they bought and sometimes for a high price. So this is the last comment. If one of you wants to comment before we close our panel, please feel free.
Wagner, go ahead. Her remark was the biggest concern that we had when we started thinking about using the indicators for certification, because indicators were done for the public, for the government to assess the different properties and for researchers to assess their treatment to see if it was sustainable or not, whether it was sustainable or not, instead of just thinking of their profitability. Well, when we started working with certification, we noticed that most of the certification bodies use self-declaration, and we don't believe in that. A lot of my students worked at certification bodies, and that's a problem. In our assessment system, we do not have self-declaration. All of the information are obtained in a different way. Greg, do you have any advice to Brazil based on your international experience? Do you have any advice to Brazil based on your experience?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure if you was talking to me. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I think this is a wonderful webinar. It's been an absolutely fabulous discussion of certification. I believe strongly in certification. I came from a certification background, and I believe in the importance of it. I think ratings are helpful also because ratings are useful, especially in a consumer context. The difficulty with ratings is they come at it from a scientific perspective, and they don't have the on-the-ground verification component that the certifications do. But certifications are costly. My only advice is whatever is chosen, however the Brazilian experience decides to go, let's make the data available. Let's enable the data system so that it can transmit the data, or else you fall in the trap of how the rest of the world has fallen in many circumstances, where you have to rekey the data every single time you want to demonstrate it to somebody new. You don't have an interoperable system, so the data must be rekeyed. It's a lot of extra effort. That's my only advice. Thanks.
Muito obrigado. Buscar a transparência, né? Rodrigo, algum último conselho para fecharmos essa mesa de debate?
Rodrigo, any final advice?
Com mais força.
Any final advice to Brazil since we want to enter the certification system? Rodrigo, we are talking to you, sir. Mr. Polanco, can you hear me?
Conseguiu ouvir a pergunta, Rodrigo?
Rodrigo, can you hear us?
Okay. So I'm sorry, it cut. So I don't know if you have time to address.
Yes.
Or do you
we want you to address the question. There is just a final comment. Okay.
I'm going to talk about sustainability. Only this concept which is important for me. Information is everybody say information is a key element in all this. The quality of the information can be I'm sorry, need to, because I'm hearing the information is, as I said, information is very critical in here, and you need to understand that it is a difficult point to get because it's expensive. And probably the MSc approach in here is about trying to look for consistency in the information and make a balance between the risk, a precautionary approach in this. So if the quality of information, you can verify the information that you are receiving. I'm sorry, I need to stop because I'm hearing the voice at the back, so it confused me. So if you're not able, you need to apply a precautionary approach when you are assessing what happened below the water.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, essa conversa, como todos os outros painéis, daria para
Thank
mais
you
tempo.
very much, everyone. As you all know, we could spend a whole day talking about this, but we need to move on to the next panel. Thank you again. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Valenti and Polanco. At the end of this morning, I will be summarizing what we discussed here today, and thank you all for attending this event, and I will pass the floor back to Flavia. Have you all a good morning and good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Gonzalo, and I want to thank all the participants of panel 3 for being here with us, sharing their knowledge, sharing your knowledge with us. Now we will start panel number 4 when we will talk about, we give an overview of fishery in Brazil, and we will be having the participation of Admiral Costa Fernandes, who is going to be moderating this panel. Welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Flavia. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very honored to be here contributing to this useful and very interesting webinar. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome all the participants here and all the panelists who will be joining us. Mr. Edivan, Carlos, and Marcio Marinho. There will be a small change in our presentation in our 4th panel because due to a problem with communications, Edivan will be talking to us at the end. So we will start this panel with Carlos Melo's presentation. But before passing the floor to him, I want to talk a little bit about the panel itself. We have all been following this event today, and we see how much we are talking about information collection and certification and how all of this is important in many different countries. We've had renowned experts in the topic, and now we need to know how this will impact our country. Now we will be talking about Brazil per se, and during this 4th panel we will see the reactions from fishers represented by the president of the National Fishers Confederation and aquaculture producers, and we also have the reaction from entrepreneurs, both those connected to fisheries and also those connected to supermarkets, that represents the final point of this whole line, which is where consumers buy our products. So that being said, now I'll pass the floor to Carlos Melo, who is the Director of Fishery and Aquaculture of the Brazilian Association of Brazilian Fishing Association or Brazilian Seafood Association. He's going to talk about the fishing industry and how it sees the certification process. Good morning, everyone. Can you all see me and hear me? Yep. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this webinar. I have been following the previous presentations, and in fact, this topic is extremely important for the seafood sector in Brazil. We have here the presence of very renowned experts in this matter, and we corroborate the importance of this initiative, and we congratulate you on the organization of this event. when I was invited to participate here, they asked me to talk about the importance of certification for aquaculture and fisheries for the Brazilian seafood industry. I am representing the seafood industry here today. First of all, I would just like to give you an overview of our institution. AB Pesca is a not-for-profit private institution that brings together different processing plants, seafood processing plants. We have been working with many different organizations throughout the country. And Ambipesca plays a role in promoting our seafood industry. And to do that, we participate in different forums. Currently, we are part of currently we preside over the sectorial chamber for seafood industry and production. We are not also a member of ICAT, which is responsible for seafood management in the Atlantic. We are also a founding member of Pro Brazil, which is one of the most important national forums for seafood protein. We also are a member of a committee for the management and sustainable use of fisheries resources, and we are also a member of an interministerial working group that is formed by the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Aquaculture. So I'm just going to give you an overview of our seafood industry in Brazil. Well, in our industry, you have three fundamental pillars: raw material processing and trade. Of course, that we know that our industry has different aspects, and all of these pillars are somehow interconnected despite their differences. And when I'm talking about seafood, I'm talking about products coming from the fishing industry and also from aquaculture.
Não pode falar, e a gente escutou bastante isso ao longo das palestras que
We've heard a lot throughout the different presentations about competitiveness. We know that competitiveness is the soul of our business. For the Brazilian seafood industry to become competitive in the world, we need to have fundamental elements. The first one would be an intelligent order. And when I talk about this, I'm talking about better management, a sustainable management of fisheries. So based on information and based on standards that will allow us to better explore these resources, we will be able to better use this raw material. In the same sense, we have aquaculture planning. We know that we have been entering the international markets, and we have relatively increased our number of exports. So having better planning is fundamental for us to know exactly what we need to farm according to demand. This is very favorable planning so that our aquaculture chain can become healthier, and this way everyone can take advantage of it. Another important point is traceability. As mentioned before, traceability is a key element for transparency so that consumers know exactly what they have at their table. So we need to know exactly what steps were taken before the product got to the consumer's table. Another important point has to do with the international equivalence. And when we talk about this, we are talking about as a country that is trying to export its products, and we know that our trade balance has an inverse movement that we would naturally we naturally expect. We import more than we export, and most of the species that we import are species that we produce here in Brazil. For example, salmon, which is consumed by a lot of our consumers here in Brazil, but still we have to import this product. So this international equivalence gives us more attention to different trade agreements and other agreements so that we can meet the demand not only of our local market but also the international markets. And last but not least, the promotion of exports and internal consumption. We know that seafood consumption in Brazil is not at the levels that we would expect. It is way below the world average, but this is something that we can work on and something that we have been working on with a lot of effort and a lot of engagements to promote internal consumption in such a way that our exports will also be and we have also been working on exports, making sure that our products will reach other markets. So, what is the importance or how important is certification for aquaculture and fisheries in Brazil? Well, with that in mind, we can observe one of the pillars, which is the raw material pillars. The seafood industry in Brazil has two sources of raw food: extractive fishing and aquaculture. Brazilian extractive fishing was something that was discussed yesterday. We saw a lot of different comments on our fleet, which is a little bit shy of the modernization, and that always find support both by processing industry and also other workers that make sure they have an adequate working environment for them to exercise their for them to work basically. And today we have a lot of different organizations, cooperatives that have been making it easier for us to promote this sector. Well, when it comes to certification, we know that Brazilian industries, especially those that are under federal inspection, meet many different criteria and requirements for their products to have excellence and also to provide food security. So in addition to government requirements, we also have market requirements or market demands, those that are reached through certifications. I'm not going to talk about certifications within processing plants, but they go from quality in the working environment up to very high quality, very high standards to products that are exported. This is fundamental, is one of the pillars of our competitive chain, and the in obtaining raw materials is certainly fundamental for us, and we need to make sure it is aligned with international standards. So certification and capturing raw materials need to be in line with these standards. We need to make sure that our products are very high quality, in line with the international requirements, and making sure that our consumers will be consuming healthy, safe products. But we also need to look at the previous step, which is obtaining this raw material. So we understand as the Brazilian industry that the raw material needs to come from a lawful origin. So we really need to combat illegal fishing, and we need to make sure that everything is regulated. We cannot accept raw materials coming from unregulated and unreported fishing. Another important issue, and it is a criterion to increase the quality of our raw material, is sustainability. Sometimes we think the more the merrier, but that's not the case. We need to increase our productive efficiency. It's not about fishing and producing more. It's about fishing and producing better, because with better efficiency, we can reach a better balance, which will allow us to constantly be providing this raw material. Social responsibility is also another important aspect when it comes to raw material production. So workers, both fishers and aquaculture professionals, need to have good working conditions. They need to have their rights secured and need to be sure of that. And last but not least, the commitment with consumers. Consumers need to trust that the food that they are bringing to their family is sustainable, and that it comes from a source that does not exploit any kind of work we are against slavery, of course, and we know that many times the workers that provide these kinds of food do not have the best working conditions. But we need to make sure that our consumers can trust us and can trust our product. So these are the items, these are the things that we're looking for in our suppliers. And this is something that can be supported and helped by the use of certification. I'm not going to get into details about the certification processes for raw materials. I think that this has been very well explained by previous presenters, or by previous speakers, but I just want to show the importance that this sector has to our industry. We want to make sure that we have legal origin, sustainability, social responsibility, and commitment to consumers, because with all of that, we will definitely have higher standards in our processing plants, in our also trade chain. At the end, consumers need to know the journey, the whole journey of our seafood. And our national and foreign consumers, they must enjoy our food and making sure of its source, and making sure that it's safe to consume our products. Without extractive fishing and without aquaculture, we will not be able to deliver high quality products to our consumers. Our industry is the link between producers and consumers, and that's why we are pursuing a more harmonious sector. I don't want to go over my time. That's all I wanted to say. I am very happy to be here to keep our discussions going. Thank you.
You're on mute, sir. Sir Costa, your microphone is on mute. We cannot hear you. I think you haven't even heard my thank you. What I said was the following. You had a great lecture. We enjoyed it. It was quite objective, concise, and met our goals. The Director of Fishing and Agriculture from your association, which is a very prestigious association in the country. Thank you very much. We will now continue with a company. This time the company connected to the supermarket associations. We will hear the words from the president of this association, Mr. Márcio Milan. Márcio Milan, the floor is yours, please. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I hope the sound is working fine for you. Your audio is perfect. May I continue? Do we have any issues? No. Please go ahead. My name is Márcio Milan. I'm the Vice President of Abras, the Brazilian Association of Supermarkets. For 44 years, I worked in the Punta Super Group, and I've been at Abras for 6 years now, doing this work. On behalf of our president, João Balassi, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here in this moment, sharing our knowledge, sharing our evolution so that we can truly better serve our consumers. And I will ask everyone here to share our presentation. A brief presentation, I'll respect the time that was set for me. And it is to discuss the first webinar here, this International Summer webinar, which is the certification of fishing and aquaculture and the incentives for its implementation in Brazil. But to be able to learn about the issues of the supermarkets, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Abras. Abras has the role of representing the whole supermarket sector in Brazil. We defend the supermarket segment in Brazil. We boost and promote the segment and also integrate it with the entire supply chain. Today we have national representation, and we are strong enough to act in the entire country, particularly in all cities of our entire country. I'll discuss the numbers briefly of our sector. In 2021, we had a revenue of 611 billion reais in several distribution channels, supermarkets, neighborhood stores, wholesalers, cash and carry, e-commerce, and the new channels that are coming up now. Throughout 2021, we had 92,588 brick-and-mortar stores, and our revenue was 7.03 of the Brazilian GDP, with 3.1 million direct and indirect employees. And daily, and I think this is relevant data to share with you, daily around 28 million consumers go to stores and supermarkets where they become aware of all the products, all the services, and all the news. But the question that was sent to me is the question about if the consumer would differentiate the certified fish. I'll answer the question in the last slide, but I wanted to show you why. It is important when we're talking about fish in this supermarket that the sale of the fresh fish and even frozen fish requires infrastructure in the supply chain. We know that we're talking about a perishable product. We know we're talking about a product that requires an intense cold area. And we're also talking about the location where it's produced, where it's fished, and the locations where it is sold. It is important to be aware of that. The second point here, looking at the side of particularly as a result of the pandemic and COVID, this is one of the main consumptions movements. It has increased even more during the pandemic. People are concerned about their quality of life, their well-being, and they're particularly worried about what they were consuming. And this has been growing day by day. Another important point to take into account is the issue of the convenience, practicality, which are factors that have an impact in consumers, speaking particularly about Brazil. On the other hand, we've been seeing for several years that the consumer is looking for a more refined consumption. They're looking for more sophistication. This is something that has come to stay. Consumers are also valuing cooking, gastronomic experiences, and this obviously has an influence in the development of products. Recently, I had a meeting with the Global TV channel. We had a recent survey, and they brought a very relevant point. But the consumer is, among the items that were asked, the consumer is looking for new experiences for their consumption. So I can bring here one item, I can mention it, that has been showing that the issue of communication, when we talk about a certification process, for example, as I've seen several colleagues discuss, and we're talking about something where things are still a bit distant from the country, from the consumer. We need to understand how the consumer becomes aware of traceability, of communication, a new product, a new service, and so on. I've brought an information here on organic products. Organic products nowadays that are acknowledged, but recognized by the consumers, and it was true type of communication that I would call very assertive. So to respond, to answer this question at the end of the presentation, it is important to look at why certain categories, certain products have been becoming stronger before the consumer, and not only acknowledging but also adding value. The consumer accepts this added value because they understand that this is a differentiated product. So I wanted to show it, why that organic products have had a quick growth, why the consumer is now willing to pay more for organic production than for the normal regular production. So I wanted to bring this up. That will be quite relevant so that the consumer can deal with this issue of value, and we know this quite well. And just to ratify here, the certification and the origin of products are attributes that currently are valued by the consumer. So we can see that in addition to the issue of organic products, products from the producer, we see a greater movement in the ag supply chain, for example, how the production process is conducted, the cage-free production. The consumer today is very connected and pays a lot of attention. We know that coffee, way back when, had an origin and certification movement. This has stepped back a little, and we're resuming that now. I'd like to go back and discuss my experiences. During my period at the Pão de Açúcar group, I've led the change in these categories and in these supply chains. We started with a differential communication on water in 1995. Then in 1996, we worked on showing the consumer the different origins of products in the wine category. Then we moved on to beer, we moved on to coffee, we moved on to olive oil, then we got to pork in 2006. And I wanted to go over this briefly to answer the question at the end. Many of us here might not be familiar that the origin of selling of wine in the supermarket was in bottles, in big bottles. And that was the only product the consumer knew. From the moment the consumer had contact with new products, new origins, they started to recognize and accept the added value. So I brought an example of an information that the consumer sees, which is the controlled origin denomination for a product, that in its communication and its label has that information. Another point that I have here is the issue that Brazil is the largest producer of coffee, the second largest consumer, but it did not have any development, it didn't have the recognition, even by the producers themselves, that it was extending and taking to the consumer products from a controlled origin, products that had different production processes and what changed that in the country. Exactly the moment where we had a different communication for the product that I've shown you before, which is a display that interacts with the consumer so that the consumer can see and learn about it and make their choices. The same thing happened with organic products, with olive oil as well. Brazil is not a producer of olive oil. We had a deficiency, so to speak, in what to offer the consumer. To the extent that these things got to the consumer became aware of it. And today you can go to a supermarket, and not only in the display for wines or coffees, we see this variety in this recognition by the consumer to choose a healthy product. I always say that coffee, wine, and they have a common characteristic, which is the level of acidity. The lower, the better. And also providing here an issue that is the communication with the consumer. We had the development of the pork chain, where we conducted work particularly in breaking paradigms. Here we had a paradigm saying that pork is bad for you, but if pork is bad for you, this type of pork will not. We guided the consumer, educated the consumer, and in a little over 5 years, we increased the consumption of pork by 5 kilos per capita. And adding here another point, which is the issue of traceability that was added here. Today at Abras, we have a volunteer program called HAMA, which is a traceability and monitoring of food. This is a program in the area of fruits and vegetables. We have the tracing from the moment they are produced until they get to the consumer's table. But I'd like to indicate here the importance, and I'm almost answering the question. I'd like to add here the importance of when we're discussing a topic, particularly in a certification, where there's the involvement of several chains, several links in the chain. So it's important to have, in all of these discussions, have the producer involved, have the distributor involved, have the supermarkets involved. They're the last link in the chain that have contact with consumers, involve the input industries, and involve the government. So all of these categories, all of these chains, these product chains that I've mentioned before, they followed exactly this flow, this workflow here, and development, and uniting around a topic, an agenda, at times traceability or certification or communication. So I'd like to leave this message here to answer the question finally. Would the consumer differentiate the certified fish? Yes, the consumer would. And all of these examples I provided here, which are real examples, and many of them took 3, 4, 5 years to be strengthened, were recognized by the consumer because they saw value, because, and as Carlos Melo mentioned, the issue of safety, the issue of transparency. All of this construction with all of these chains was done transparently for the consumer, and the consumer finally recognized and valued all this work, which is the reality we see at the supermarket. This is what I wanted to share with our colleagues here, and I'm at your disposal here for any questions that you might have. Once more, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity on behalf of our president João Galassi. You're on mute, sir. Thank you, Mr. Marcio. And now I turn the floor to the Vice President of the Brazilian Association of Supermarkets. They have a lot of experience in this area and offers us a perspective for certified fish to the consumer in something that would be more desirable. I was informed by the coordination that we're having difficulties in contacting the speaker that would talk about fishery. So now we will go straight to the panel. If we manage to contact the speaker, we will complement the panel with the presentation of Edvando Soares. So I have a few questions already here for the debates. First question by Gonzalo Velasquez, and he's asking if supermarkets are able to know if they can know if the fish can be marketed. Supermarkets today, they have two areas, one for quality control. So any and all processes in purchasing or sourcing, particularly for products that require quality control, more detailed quality control, even using laboratory testing. The supermarkets today, through a recommendation of Abras itself, they should control the receipt of this products, particularly companies that have distribution centers to then distribute. These companies have better control, I'd say. This is the guidance that we provide, the quality area. The other area that also works with this type of work is the food security area of companies. These are areas that work together with the goal of working with one of the responsibilities of the supermarket that I would like to highlight here, which is at a moment we have some confusion what is product safety, product security, and food security. The supermarket plays a role of ensuring safe food for the population. So as a result, these are the guidances that we provide, particularly when we're talking about a product that requires this level of control to provide security for the consumer.
Based on your experience, do you think consumers would accept an increase in prices for certified seafood? How would the entry of this new product work? Well, I think this is a very pertinent question, if you will. But I will base my answer on two important experiences that we had, actually three important experiences that we had. The first one was related to coffee. I was one of the ones that led one of the chains, and I learned a lot from it. So let me talk about the coffee case. When we developed all of this work, we chose the products, and we saw that by choosing them, when choosing them, we saw a big difference in prices, but at the time, our main concern was providing a very big line of products to our consumers. And we created then our product stand at the supermarket, and we were quite surprised to learn that when consumers learned about this great variety in the supermarket, and you know this, before we just had four major brands, and then all of a sudden we had a whole stack at the whole shelf at the supermarket. So at first, consumers reacted negatively because they would see prices, coffee going for 5 reais and then other brands going for 18 reais. And they didn't understand this change without any kind of communication. So we hired a coffee specialist and told her we needed to reorganize all of that. We needed to inform our consumers of what was happening and why it was happening. So there was a period of planning, I would say, and we know that planning at the time didn't really look at that, which ended up bringing a new way for you to have communication with our consumers. So, and more recently, or right after this, actually was not recently, we had the case of organic products. So when organic products started entering the market, we saw that there was a difference of 20 to 30% compared to normal production. And how could we inform consumers about this change? Well, through communication strategies, companies started to show differences in the production process between organic products and normal quote-unquote products. And most recently, we've had some discussions around production. Today, our normal production has a production process, and today we are discussing more the welfare in the production process. So the first discussion we had was how we were going to communicate producers, how we would communicate consumers, how would we inform consumers about the difference between normal eggs and free-range eggs, and also organic eggs. So how would consumers accept the difference in prices, which sometimes gets to 30%? So I would say that well-informed consumers definitely can understand that this addition in value is to benefit them in such a way that they are going to have better quality products and products of better origin. And I would go even further. Today, when we look at ESG and the environment, we see that consumers are starting to pay attention to that. They are thinking of, was there slavery involved? Was there any kind of infringement of any kind of legislation? Was the food produced in indigenous lands, for example? So I see that as we inform consumers, they start accepting more, and the whole chain needs to organize this kind of communication. Thank you. Now a question for Carlos Mello. How is the interaction with across industries regarding sustainability? Well, we are highly dependent on our colleagues in these segments, the industries that deal with fishing itself, harvesting, and also with fishermen. Our relationship is quite healthy. Once without proper working conditions and without an appropriate sectoral structure, our fishing chain will not be complete and will not achieve its end goal. For example, the fishing industry, today, as I said, we are presiding over a sectoral chamber, and we are representing the sector as a whole. We are not just working representing Abipesca, but we are actually the spokesperson for the sector. And we have a very healthy relationship. So all of the entities, unions, and associations that participate in this movement and in this evolution of this sector. This is something that started a few years ago. We started speaking the same language, if we will. Our objectives are converging and our purposes start making sense, and we all started working in a linear manner. So this is without a shadow of doubt, a great step towards becoming more mature, having a more mature sector. There are some other more consolidated older chains that were mentioned before. And this is still something that is quite recent in our sector, in our fishing sector. But even though it's quite recent, it is still something that is very relevant and that has been rapidly growing in a geographic way. And over the last few years, we have started working in an integrated manner. So we see a very good relationship among workers, fishers, and others involved in this chain, and consequently, they have a healthier relationship with the industry, which involves those that buy this raw material. So we work in an integrated manner in such a way that the voice of the sector can be heard, and also this way we can evolve and move forward. Well, let's go back to supermarkets. A lot of people here are worried about the consumption of fish at supermarkets. And here we have a question from Sembra. From an economic aspect, if we have a supermarket that sells certified fish, would a supermarket that sells certified fish still be competitive? Well, I think that we need to look at that from different perspectives and taking into consideration different aspects. I think the first one is, at least the first one I would say, is the issue related to the structure as a whole of the sector or of the fishing chain as a whole. I think this is something that we need to take into consideration to
para a hora que a gente for exatamente levar isso para o consumidor, né? Essa
make
cadeia.
sure that this is all taken into consideration when we bring this to consumers. The chain that we have today is quite reliable and transparent. I think this is a process that is somehow in the backstage. And I would say that this
As lojas hoje que são, vamos dizer assim, mais preparadas, mais
today, the
evoluídas.
stores that are better prepared and have evolved the most in this process
Ela que vai dar
of commercialization will
principalmente por quê?
dictate
Porque hoje
the path here, especially because today you have, on one hand, a movement
trabalhando congelado.
which is working with frozen products. So you see an expansion not only in terms of products, but also an expansion
de formas de exposição dos
in
produtos.
terms of how these products are sold.
É importante a gente colocar
On the other hand, it's also important for us to mention that we will have to have a movement from brands, because most of the seafood that is sold today,
muitas vezes o consumidor não consegue
many times consumers cannot identify
relacionada do produtor, vamos dizer. E um outro ponto também que eu vejo, o consumidor, essa categoria de pescado, eu venho estudando ela
another
já.
point that is very important to be highlighted here, and I've been studying seafood for quite a while. We know that consumers today find a lot of hurdles today, and it's very hard for them to identify the quality of the seafood. It's very hard for them.
Esforço inicial da cadeia como um todo É isso que eu venho.
And we would have to have an initial effort by the chain as a whole, because before the seafood reaches consumers, it needs to get to supermarkets. So supermarket workers need to know the process as a whole.
Esse trabalhador vai conhecer esse processo?
And how will they know this process if they are not trained? So that's what I'm saying. The seafood chain needs to come together around making sure they promote the training of those that work with fish before fish reaches end consumers. So at the end, when I was talking about having a union, that would be very important for stores that are going to adopt these products. This would be very important for the competition. I'm sure that for consumers and for supermarkets that adopt these policies, this will be a competitive advantage because they will be offering consumers a product that stands out from the others. But we still have a construction process to go that has to also promote training, as I mentioned, not only of the beginning of the chain, but also the end of the chain. I'm sorry for giving such a long answer.
Estou vendo o Carlos Melos aqui até dando uma.
Quer fazer alguma intervenção, Carlos?
Carlos, do you want to say anything about this topic?
Corroborar que o que o senhor Márcio falou realmente é parte desse processo de amadurecimento.
What Mr. Milan said, it's true. This is all part of the maturing of the chain as a whole. We all need to play our own role. We need to act locally, but think globally. And it goes through all the different steps from capturing to the contact with our end consumer. These are steps that we need to work on in a very structured and organized manner. And this just adds to the exchange of information that we have with consumers today. The issue of exchanging and providing information, and also how important educating our consumers is something very important. We're talking here about unique consumers, and as we start finding unique consumers, we will definitely be able to deliver our unique products. Things are still evolving, and we need to make sure that we are connecting with everybody. We have examples that happen annually. We have the Seafood Week, which plays a very important role in presenting and making certified seafood more common to consumers. But I just want to corroborate what was said before. We need to still get more mature in this process. I have another question here. The question is for Carlos. Would the fishing industry benefit from a certification process that is progressively implemented? So to which extent certification would have a good repercussion, a good impact on the fishing industry? Well, it closes a very important cycle, which is the certification process that already happens in the processing of the seafood. So this is something that we have been seeing all over the world, and now in Brazil we are opening our eyes to that. We have aquaculture producers that are certified from hatchery to processor. So there is no doubt that with the perspective of expanding our market and reaching new markets and maintaining them, all of the chain, once it enters the certification process, it is benefited. So it is definitely something that we are pursuing. It's something that we need. And once this chain as a whole is consolidated regarding certification and transparency, this will definitely impact supermarket shelves, and also the table of our consumers. Thank you, Carlos Melo. We've made a very big effort here to try and summarize the different questions and the different issues around seafood.
I apologize to our participants here. We will have to end the panel now because we did not make contact with the last speaker. We had communication issues, so thank you for the both speakers that were great. We had questions about fishery, but we will wait for further opportunities. So I thank Maximilian, I thank Calzone for being so kind to dedicate their time here, how they contributed to the success of our event. And I turn the floor to Flavia. Thank you. Thank you very much. Admiral, now we'll move to the summary of this morning, which was very rich. So please remain on screen with us. And we'll hear now the summaries. And we'll also hear the general summary of the event with the other moderators. Thank you, Flavia. I will continue to conduct the final session. You will have to deal with me for a little bit longer. I have been invited to do this and I accepted it. But now we will move on to the final part. That would be the summary of a few of the conclusions. For the summary, I will present all the moderators of the preceding panels. I will share the screen here right now. Each will have 2 minutes to do a very, very brief summary of their panel, the most important points, and how for the implementation of a certification in our country. I see Federico, he would be the first one to take the floor if he's around. Federico, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 days were quite intense, and indirectly, many of the speakers have made me think of a fact that is very dear to me, which is the decade of the United Nations for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which has a purpose of implementing the 2030 agenda, specifically SDG 14, which is life on water. This proclamation was made on December 6, 2017, to start, in fact, in January 2021. So we are moving ahead with it. During the presentations, many speakers touched upon, maybe without even notice, the results expected for this decade, which in summary describe the ocean that we want by the end of the decade. It is the science we need for the ocean we want. So I'll try to speak briefly about each of them. For example, the first result expected is a clean ocean, where the pollution sources are identified, reduced, or eliminated. Connecting with fishing certification, the quality of any product, particularly a product that is intended for food, starts in the environment. So a clean environment will ensure necessarily healthier fish. Talking about fishing, okay? Likewise, a healthy, resilient ocean in the same vein, because where the maritime ecosystems are restored, protected, and managed. So the adequate management of ecosystems was discussed in some point of these presentations, we discussed the adequate approach for ecosystems that contributes to a healthy ocean. The main issue when we're talking about fishing certification is having a productive ocean, which plans to support the sustainable provision of foods and sustainable ocean economy. So when we're able to deliver a quality product, certification being one of the main factors for it, we contribute to the development of a sustainable fishing activity that will not deplete the resources we are exploiting. In a certain way, it also contributes to a safe ocean where subsistence is protected from dangers related to the ocean. We talked about the increase in the amount of plastics in the sea, where this amount is not only harmful for sea life, but it also constitutes. They often can focus on vortex that can cause danger to navigation. The safe ocean for life and for subsistence, once connected to communication and disclosure, will contribute to strengthen policies for decision making that will integrate individual resiliency and community resilience. This will also contribute to an inspiring, involving ocean where society will understand more and more and value more and more the ocean when it comes to the well-being of human beings and sustainable development. That is, that the ocean, an ocean as we want it, as we are looking for it, will favor us. Maybe our well-being with a healthier nature, with food that is healthier, and particularly more sustainable. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, Levi, please.
Bom dia a todos. Me coube moderar
Good morning, everyone. I was the moderator for a panel that discussed the relationship between certification, accreditation, and normatization, applied specifically to the issue of fishing and agriculture in a general way. Since I'm not a professional that is directly connected to the area of fishing or agriculture, I had the opportunity to learn a lot, and I did by following these debates. And I could think of myself as a lay observer who's interested in the field. And from that point of view, I could see the issue of certification is strictly related, very closely related with a set of important standards and protocols that needs to be well defined and properly defined for each of the realities involved. An accreditation system that provides credibility in the process for certification, and on behalf of the certifiers, a logistic that will ensure surveillance, that will ensure the ability to produce the credibility in the follow-up of this work. Therefore, the complexity of the topic involved in the industry, the fishing industry and agriculture, since it involves major challenges and difficulties of several different natures, because this is a very long chain which involves different participants, a varied chain with different cultures different levels of participation and interest. This creates a challenge and a complexity that we have observed, which needs to be duly addressed. One positive aspect of this scenario that has been presented based on the presentations here that I could notice is that we already have, as we could clearly see, an accumulation of experiences and know-how in this area for certification and accreditation, both in the international level, and I had a great impression as well of some accumulation at the local level, at the national level. So this allows us to be quite optimistic when it comes to the successes in the implementation of these processes here in Brazil. Something else that we need to point out that is something very positive is that the level of current technology available, the way they advance with the dynamic we can see, we see that artificial intelligence and computer technology, electronics in general, developing with great speed. We can identify several possibilities and we can have concrete expectations that in a very near future we will be dealing with an industry. We could think about a fishing industry and an aquaculture industry that could be considered a 2.0 industry, where these elements, these tools, which are the fruit of the advances of this technological advancements, will offer or can offer results that are quite efficient and with costs that are lower and lower. I see that in the future, these certification systems and follow-up systems, monitoring systems, traceability, they may quite well be based in cell phones or GPS to track and monitor from the point of view of the origin and movement, the sensors to identify the quality of the product, even the chips and conductors will become cheaper and cheaper, and we can think at a moment where these values are allowed us to use them in the routine as a tag that can be placed on the product at the level of the individual or the species. So we have systems, algorithms, codes that can become universal. There is an effort that should be pursued, that should be conducted to make the system universal. So all of these aspects make me quite optimistic when it comes to potential advances, potential concrete advancements, and the consequences that we may observe in the horizon of our certification of fishing and agriculture in Brazil. Taking advantage of participation of the markets that showed us a very rich experience with coffee and wine and other products. If a fish has a special tag, it will provide greater credibility to the product. It will gain the trust of the consumer. And the experiences that were reported here, they make me quite optimistic with the possibility of seafood and fish reaching this level as well. Thank you. Thank you, Levi. Now I'll turn the floor to Arruda. Thank you, Admiral Costa Fernandes. I am sure that this webinar was quite productive, with relevant panels, quite educational. Today we started with a lecture by Mr. Carlos Ramirez from Global Seafood Alliance, a company responsible for managing the certification programs, the BAP programs, the Best Aquaculture Practice, and BSC, Best Seafood Practices, where we had the opportunity to learn about the different stages of the certification process based by one of the most acknowledged entities internationally. At the time, we could see the number of companies that are certified by the company in the different links of the production chain and the basic pillars that support its program, which is the environmental management, social management, food security, and animal well-being. We also had the opportunity to understand the different advantages of the qualification program that led different foreign companies to invest time and resources looking for this qualification to promote a sustainable future, allied to financial returns, of course. Working as an engine so that Brazilian companies can also follow a similar model when it comes to certification of aquaculture. Finally, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity of participating on this webinar, highlighting the importance of the topics here presented in the several aspects for the economic and sustainable development of our country. So thank you very much. Thank you, Admiral. Now I'll turn the floor to Gonzalo. Thank you, my dear friends, my dear friend Admiral. Once more, good morning to our friends, Admiral Federico, Arruda, and for brilliantly guiding the other panels. So as to not repeat what I already did at the end of our panel, the audience probably remembers. I'd like to say that it's interesting how some ideas converge, some ideas and principles reported by many of our speakers in the other panels that we have been able to see, which is the third one under my responsibility. So we can see that there are many countries that are making an effort with NGOs that are recognized for being respectful and reliable in the certification processes, and the governments in many places act fundamentally doing environmental control, the environmental control. Here in Brazil, we have very interesting situations with the participation of universities and research centers. Most of them are publicly owned or state-owned, whether federally or at the state level, working with research. One of the lectures by Mr. Greg Brown was talking about the data transparency. And I want to remember that in Brazil, we have SIMPESC, which is the National Fishery and Aquaculture System that is still in development. It's an expensive and wide scoping system, going from tracing vessels through satellite and information by fishermen and fish farmers. And the system is meant to have a scope and transparency that goes beyond any question, both for the public and for the private sector, something that we need to work on in our country. The principles guiding these certification processes, as we've seen, are following the major lines of thought that the world has been adopting since the 70s, going through the 2021 agenda and the SDGs for the United Nations. these private public efforts are in agreement with what the best ideas, the best practices are we're looking for currently. It's an important incentive to our countries to create working groups. This is one of the questions we had. We need to have working groups with several actors to face the certification process. And I do believe that through these presentations, we've made clear that yes, this is the best way to work here in our culture, with the interaction between the state, which at times has the process for changes with different governments, with different proposals, but a working group that has technicians, that has a production sector. When it comes to fishing products, that has a representation from consumers and civil society, that is reliable, and several different levels, several different governments that may come with different lines of political action, social, political, and socioeconomic action. This provides greater security for this work in the long term. So we believe that this is something some of the speakers have suggested, both in their lectures and in our conversations when preparing for this event. So transparency, responsibility, and we also see how important it is, the reliability the private sector looks for before the government, since something important to say. These are resources from research. Resources are from the state, from to the union, the federal government. So these resources need to be managed, and the private sector needs to look for credibility, greater productivity, greater profitability with fair investments. This is my summary. Mayor Costa Fernandes, thank you.
Thank you very much. You're certainly the one who holds a lot of knowledge in this area. Well, now I will use the floor and I'll talk about panel number 4. Well, similar to what Gonzalo said, this is going to be a very easy task for me because we've just heard from the speakers. Unfortunately, I could not take many notes because I was moderating the talks, but regarding the presentations, I found it very interesting when he talked about the different steps involved in the sector regarding raw materials, for example. We need to really pay attention to the origin of our seafood. And we know that this is going to be solved by certification. We need to think about how certification would benefit the seafood industry. And when I asked our speaker this question, he was very clear when answering it. Actually, both speakers agreed in the sense of saying that certification is very advantageous. They have nothing really to say against it. Regarding the high level, the strictness when choosing this raw material, we've talked once again about certification and the importance of having certification. During Marcio Miller's presentation, he talked about the evolution of products throughout time. He talked about, for example, vegetables that started being traceable, and about some other beef products that started having certification of origin. So in this context, we started talking about seafood certification, and we discussed how certification would actually benefit products and make them become more valued at supermarkets. Our speaker has also said that the path toward certification is the same one that was taken before by other products such as coffee and others. So we see that certification is quite promising for our country. So I would like to thank the previous moderators as well. And I would also like to say that I am also in charge of making some concluding remarks. I want to say that I'm a layperson when it comes to this topic. I'm certainly not the one who knows the most about the topic to be concluding this webinar. But when I learned the moderators would summarize the different presentations, I felt really honored to be talking about the most important topics that were discussed here today throughout our webinar.
Eu continuo, então, falando com duas ressalvas. Em primeiro lugar, por causa dessas restrições que eu apontei, eu pediria que elas fossem
the things that I mentioned, I just want to make a few final observations and not conclusions, really. Today, we've seen a lot of concrete remarks. So I'm just going to give you actually a general overview of what's been discussed during this webinar. The first remark I want to make is about the virtues of our webinar. This has definitely been a very fruitful event. And it has definitely been something that has given us a lot of concrete results and a lot of also concrete ideas. We've seen here knowledge of different nature. We've seen some people talking about seafood and allergies. And this shows how careful we need to be when it comes to the origin of our seafood. Another note that I have here, which shows the value of our work, is the way that we address this topic. We had the participation of the Ministry of Fisheries, for example, and different representatives as well. We had representatives talking about all different topics. We had also the participation of international bodies. Representatives of FAO were here with us. We also saw the American experience and how they dealt with certification. We had a lot of renowned experts participating here with us, virtually from their own country or also here in Brazil. And we had the opportunity to learn a lot from all of them. And based on all the information shared, we see that there's still a long way to go here in Brazil. But we're not really starting from scratch. A lot of things have been done already, and we've seen that at least one of our companies has a 4-star certification from BAP. And I'm going to leave you today with a bait since we are talking about fish. This webinar has been a significant event. Is it the end of it now? Is it just going to be a good memory of pleasant moments we shared together, sharing a lot of knowledge and learning from other entities? I hope not. I think that we need to continue on this path. So I think that there should be a way for us to continue working with this exchange of ideas, which has been so interesting. Maybe we can create some kind of working group or some committee to bring together these different representatives that were here with us and other experts so that we can even drive even further our certification discussions. Maybe we can have very interesting fruits coming from this webinar. So with this final remark, I would like to wrap up today and thank you all for your attention to the summaries and also to these final remarks that I'm sharing with you. I pass the floor back to Flavia now. Thank you very much. Thank you for your capacity. Thank you for summarizing such important content. Now I'd like to invite the Executive Coordinator of SEMBRA, Admiral Julia Soares de Moura Neto, to the official closing of our webinar. Thank you, Flavia. Dear participants, good afternoon. During 2 fruitful mornings, we had the opportunity to attend a true doctorate on certification on fishing and aquaculture certification. We've heard from experts in the area, Brazilians and foreigners who presented the most up-to-date information on the subject worldwide. The cooperation of public and private organizations, national and international, both national and international, allowed us to see the integration of efforts for the common good. We went through the entire chain of custody from the moment in which the most varied types of fish are caught or produced until they reach the consumer's table. We went through companies, industries, and establishments that bring fish to our tables and to our homes. First of all, the greeting from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Supply should be highlighted. Mr. Marcos Montes unequivocally expressed his support for the fishery and aquaculture certification in Brazil. However, it is important to emphasize that nothing would have been possible in these 2 days without the impeccable participation of the dedicated professionals who presented us excellent lectures, to whom I want to present special thanks. Besides the perfect moderation of our panels, to whom I extend my words of recognition. However, all of this would not make sense without the attendance of our audience who believed in SEMBRA's initiative, promoting the introduction in Brazil in a broad way of activities that aim to guarantee to the population the access in a sustainable way to seafood was our goal, which we hope has been achieved. I'd like to emphasize that we had an excellent number of participants attending our lectures. We've had 478 registrants, and yesterday, on the 27th, we had over 480 participants. We still do not have the numbers for today. I want to express my gratitude to the team of the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea, SEMBRA, which made it possible for us to organize this meeting. And they spared no efforts for the carrying out of this event. I'm also grateful to also the other companies that were here with us today to support us in our endeavor. Similarly, and I would like to express on behalf of SEMBRA the most sincere thank you to the coordinator of the webinar, Commander Basilio Dagnino, who, with extreme competence, has dedicated himself entirely to the planning, assembly, and conduction of this event, being responsible for a great part of the success that we have all witnessed. I also want to thank Professor Gonzalo Velasco, Technical Coordinator, for his invaluable contribution, the result of his recognized professional background on the subject. I hope that this idea will bear fruit through future actions that will make the implementation of a system of fishery and aquaculture in Brazil a reality. And we know that this system will not be shy of the standards that are present in other countries. To achieve this goal, SEMBRA hopes to count on the partnership of each of those present, who, once convinced of the importance of the subject, will share the knowledge they have gathered here, seeking to sensitize the interested parties. Thus, I declare the first SEMBRA International Webinar, Fisheries and Aquaculture Certification, Incentives for Implementation in Brazil, closed. Best wishes to everyone, and thank you so much for being here with us.